piloti devono immediatamente riconsegnare l'Unilog al parco chiuso, numero 837, 813, 829 e 847. Grazie. Attention please, the following drivers have to deliver immediately Unilog in the park permit number 837, 813, 829 and 847. Thank you. Attenzione prego, ripeto nuovamente, i seguenti piloti devono immediatamente riconsegnare l'Unilog al parco chiuso, numero 837 Locatelli David, numero 813 Giaccardi Matteo, numero 829 Babe Matis e numero 847 Carinini Danny. Grazie.
Non era attaccato dietro.
Attacchiamo l'alimentatore.
Ehi là!
Non me lo ricordavo così basso.
Ciao insigne! Una foto!
Oddio Razzino!
Ma scusa, ma ieri mi avevi detto che ti eri fatto quasi pelato.
No, dovevo fare il pelato.
Oh, ma arriva, mi vedo, mi vedi?
Un po' sembri ma pure.
Un pizzo!
Qua sono i complici di Matteo Messina Denaro.
No, è proprio no, adesso quel trucco si alza. Forse è sera che ha gestione grande, quindi sì, sono più grandi.
Sera, ci fai 2-3 centimetri.
Ma sera è così tanto e basta, non lo vedo dove sta.
Welcome to the center of the karting universe. Welcome to the 2023 WSK Champions Cup. A brand new season starts right here, right now at Lonato. Great to have your company as we welcome you to the 18th season of WSK Promotion World Competition at possibly the most famous race circuit in the world. This is South Garda Karting Lonato. Well, the sun is shining, it is a freezing cold morning, and it is great to have your company for this, the Wsk Champions Cup, the event which dates back to 2014 and has some very famous names as its previous champions. The first of our pre-finals this morning is for the X30 junior category. They're about to come out onto the circuit. It is just 3 degrees Celsius, but thankfully no chance of snow, which poured down here around about 10 days ago. We are expecting a top temperature of 10 degrees, which is not really warm, but it's better than rain and snow. And thankfully, we will be racing on a dry circuit here all day. We'll also be back here next week for the first round of the WSK Supermaster Series right here at Lonato. Riccardo Ferrari will lead the field out onto the circuit for the X30 Junior Pre-Final. As the karts fire into life, we welcome the X30 category back for the first time since 2016. This is the grid: Ferrari on pole, Cuccinini out of 2, Sasha Van Padbosch and Rocco Coronel for the Victory Lane team on the second row of the grid. And it is Romeo Reale, Lorenzo Campos, the Angolan. Clovis also is for the Victory Lane team, Hugo Martiniello and Paolo Tizzano out of 10. The fastest qualifier, Alberto Fulgori, is out of 13. He was actually disqualified from qualifying for a technical infringement, has appealed that on a technicality regardless. He has been quick and has worked his way up through the field. Alberto Fulgori in the Cosmic Cut, 7.24. We'll start out of grid 13 here this morning. His 17-lap pre-final for X30 Junior to set the grid for the final this afternoon. You can just see the snow on Montebaldo in the background, the center left of your screen. South of the lakeside resort town of Desenzano here in the north of Italy, approximately halfway between Milan and Venice. The first event of 14 for the WSK promotion season for 2023. There is Ferrari for Zanchi Motorsport, 729 to the right of your screen. A glorious winter's day on the 29th day of January, the last weekend of the month to start 2023. Tiziano Cuccinini for team driver, 701 on the outside front row of the grid. There's the Falcon racing cart. LA Motorsport, Fabio Reale, 726. The Italian starts on the third row of the grid alongside his countryman, Christian Romeo. Just over 300 drivers from 51 nations all around the world for this, the first event of 2023. We go around one more time. Tiziano Cuccinini missing the start. There is Ferrari for Zanchi Motorsport. Have been quite successful at this circuit in the past couple of seasons, particularly in the KZ2 category. National Series also as well in X30. Riccardo Ferrari himself not long out of the 60 Mini category. Indeed, so many of these drivers we've seen in the past couple of seasons racing in 60 Mini as the X30 by IAME category joins us for the first time since 2016 in WSK World Competition. Oscar Repetto, the Monaco-based New Zealander for the Danilo Rossi racing car team on the 6th row of the grid alongside Angelo Di Ortenzio. Fulgori will keep an eye on him, 724. Just a row behind, alongside Filippo Pancotti, who has stood on the podium in WSK 60 Mini World Competition. Pancotti, 704 for team driver. His teammate is Tiziano on the front row of the grid to the center left of your screen. But it is Ferrari for Zanchi Motorsport on pole position up to the line. And we race the X30 Junior Pre-Final here at Lonato. Perfect start from Ferrari. And that is Sasha Van Padbosch. The Dutch driver in second place tries the outside line. Does Sasha, he's got the momentum. We watch Riccardo Ferrari, he white lines it into the hairpin. Now puts it out onto the traditional racing line. A clean start for the first of our pre-finals here this morning. Sasha Van Padbosch on a cold circuit for the Victory Lane racing team. 7.06, that's the red speed behind the Tony Kart of the pole setter Riccardo Ferrari down through the chicane for the first time. Tommaso Curione, we can tell you, is under investigation as the field make their way down through the final corner for the first time. And a nice move up the inside, trying to recover some places. Here's Tiziano Cushnini, that's in fact his teammate, the African Lorenzo Campos, who's made a stunning start. And he's gone through to take the lead. What a move by the Angolan from the southwest of Africa. Sasha follows him through. They go side by side. Lorenzo Campos from Luanda, some 10,000 kilometres from the northern Italian circuit, has gone through to take the lead. A stunning start from the fourth row of the grid, and he's already got the best part of 5 kart lengths over the pole sitter, Riccardo Ferrari. Lorenzo Campos leads, and as they fight behind, he pulls away. Sacha van Padbosch, we look for his teammate there, he's RC in the background. Rocco Coronel, 2 Dutch drivers for the victory lane team of Nico Martins. They come across the line to start lap 2. Campos has got the lead. There's Sasha in second place. Fantastic start for Lorenzo Campos. The gap already 1 second as they fight behind. So Sacha van Padbosch 7.06, Cushnini 7.01. Down the hill for the first time, it is just 4 degrees Celsius. It was -2 last night. There was ice on parts of the circuit as we see Sasha lower the blind on the radiator, not so successfully. It's a little bit distorted, but nevertheless he gets some, I was going to say warm air, some cold air breathing into the radiator. The temperature is rising on the X30 Junior engine. And a move down the inside from Cushnini, tries to take second place. It was a late lunch. There's Coronel in the background in position 5. So Tiziano, the Swiss driver, is behind the Angolan, who's got 1.5 seconds over the rest of the field. Sacha van Padbosch, 7.06. Ferrari is behind in P5. Coronel, there is Clovis. Nugarade in P6. So Ferrari, the pole setter, back into position 4. Fantastic start from Lorenzo Campos. Disappears down the hill as we look at the fight for second place. The first of our pre-finals here this morning, the WSK Champions Cup here at Lonato. Sasha, 7.06, B&L and Dutch champion in the past couple of seasons, and trying to take his first ever WSK victory. Has raced with us in the mini category in the past few seasons, now racing in juniors as his teammate. That is Rocco up the inside, goes through into position 4. Nicely done by RC, the second generation racer. Son of Tom Coronel, World Touring Car Championship racing driver and one-time Arrows Formula 1 test driver. RC as patriotic as ever with the bright orange colours and the Dutch flag painted on his helmet, but he's just been repassed by the pole setter Riccardo Ferrari. There is Lorenzo going through. The gap 1.5 seconds. Sasha, fastest driver on the circuit of 51.072. At this early stage of the pre-final for X30 Junior here at Lonato, down through the chicane. The order at the bottom of your screen. Arthur Dodonka, the Emirati-based Belgian driver, trying to make his way up through the field. Behind Blancheman, Ilya Weiss, Hatamaya, Kakotza, Tommaso Curione is in P19 behind Angelo Giorgenzio and Oscar Repetto, but Curione is under investigation. No word on that as Tommaso continues to lap and find a way by Giorgenzio, who looks for Zach Taylor. He's made a good start for Canadian in P14 ahead of Paolo Tizzano and behind Filippo Pancotti, Giulio Miranda, as Sasha lowers the gap down to 1.2 seconds. Fastest lap last time round, 50.582. He took 0.3 of a second out of the African driver who leads here this morning. Cushnini going through as you see the Zunki Motorsport kart of Riccardo Ferrari. They come across the line, we'll check the gap. It is down to 0.9 of a second, and we're just getting word from race control that Tiziano Cushnini has been given the technical defect flag. There is a problem with his kart. Look for the bodywork on the 701 team driver kart, possibly the rear bumper. Tiziano Kushnini with a mechanical defect flag. Can come into pit lane, can repair it. It is not a black flag. But Tiziano, who runs in position 3, well, his pre-final is effectively over. Tiziano Kushnini will try and get a look at it as they go down through the chicane. There is Coronel and Clovis Nugarai going through, ahead of Hugo Martinello. Kushnini, you can see, yes, there it is, the rear bumper dragging on the circuit. The mechanical defect flag for Tiziano. Oh, what a disappointment for the Swiss driver. Has been passed now by Ferrari. They can repair it. It is not a black flag. A quick pit stop and they can get him back in the race. But he will drop down from 3rd to 4th. He pulls into pit lane. Kushnini effectively is out. Coronel and Clovis go up a place, as does Hugo Martinello going through. There's Fabio Oriale just ahead of Giulio Miranda and Santese. So the battle for the front, it's down to half a second. It's down to virtually nothing. There's Ferrari going through in position 3. Sasha has taken 1 second out of Lorenzo. And he's right on the back of the driver from Luanda. The team driver versus the Victory Lane team, the team of Nicholas Martins. In force here this weekend with 9 drivers racing in the X30 junior and senior categories. And Sasha van Padbosch looks really good here. The Dutchman behind the Angolan down through turn 3. Watch him try and make a move into the hairpin. Lorenzo doesn't cover his line but goes in very deep. Skates ever so slightly under brakes. And Van Padbosch holds off for just a moment. We approach half race distance of the X30 Junior pre-final here this morning at Lonato. Down the hill, there is Riccardo Ferrari in the background. Sasha looks behind. The Italian, the pole sitter, with a 49.975, has gone under the 50-second bracket faster than anybody. And the Zanchi Motorsport Tony Kart starting to work, but not as well as the Victory Lane Red Speed machine, because Sasha goes through and takes the lead. Nicely done. The Dutchman leads the African. And then the Italian on his home circuit, Riccardo Ferrari, the pole sitter. For Zanchi Motorsport, the Tony Kart's working nicely now. Behind a team driver machine, Lorenzo just edges ever so slightly, a few inches to the middle side of the circuit, just to put Ferrari off. Sasha van Padbosch is the race leader, the Dutchman. Victory Lane in the Red Speed kart. The X30 junior category. This is the junior pre-final for the WSK Champions Cup. The first event of 2023. In fact, OTK machines running 1, 2 and 3 and 4 with Coronel and 5 with Clovis. In fact, we get 6 as well with Cristiano Romeo in the Tony Kart. Hugo Martinello going through in 7th place. He's driving the Kart Republic, the first non-OTK kart is in P7. Ferrari now up into 2nd place, looks over his shoulder. Lorenzo Campos in position 3. From Luanda, in the southwest of Africa, the former Portuguese colony, the nation which once had hopes of hosting around in the FIA Formula 1 World Championship. In fact, there is still an Indianapolis replica circuit down in the bottom of Africa. It was inaugurated in the early 1970s by the great Emerson Fittipaldi. Then civil war broke out. The circuit does still exist, would you believe, long before Lorenzo was even born. He's running in position 3 though, acquitting himself well. For the team driver, team of David De Luca, as we go back to Ferrari, goes down the inside. And the pole sitter, who slipped back to P4, has now retaken the lead, 5.5 laps from the checkered flag. Sasha back to 2nd. Rocco Coronel sits there in 4th place. This is a good performance from Rocco Coronel on debut in WSK World Competition. Campos down the inside and retakes position 2. Nice move. We'll see the response from Sasha, who was 2nd. Van Padbosch, the BNL, the Dutch champion of the past couple of seasons, racing with us in 60 Mini in 2021, 2020 off memory as well, and a few races last year. As he raced to victory in the BNL Championship, he runs in position 3. There are his teammates, 3 of them. They're in 3, 4 and 5. Sasha 7.06 in third. Rocco Coronel ahead of Clovis Nougarida. Christian Romeo, we told you to look out for Alberto Fulgori. Pole position in qualifying with a time of 50.038, which they are already lapping faster than. Riccardo Ferrari into the 49s, but Fulgori is making his way up into the top 5. The 724 Cosmic Car. Alberto starting on the 7th row of the grid. Trying to make his way up into the top 5, I should say. He's passed 5 karts. He's got by Giulio Miranda, Santese, Pancotti, Reale, Hugo Martinello, and Alberto Fulgori has actually just passed in the background. Giulio Miranda. There is the race leader going through, Riccardo Ferrari. 3.5 laps to the checkered flag for Zanchi Motorsport in the X30 Junior pre-final here this morning. Riccardo looks over his shoulder. Back to Lorenzo. There is Sasha going through, down through the chicane. A beautiful winter's day here in the north of Italy. It was snowing 10 days ago. It was -2 degrees this morning, but the sun is shining and we're expecting a top temperature of almost 10 degrees and similar, thankfully, next week for the first round of the WSK Supermaster Series here at Lonato. Ferrari leads by 0.3 of a second. Riccardo with a 49.896. The only driver into the 49-second bracket. He's 0.2 of a second faster than every other driver on the circuit. Lorenzo Campos in second place. Piloten van the Netherlands, the 2 Dutch drivers. In third and fourth, that's Sasha ahead of Rocco. The blind goes down. Just on Sasha van Padbosch's 7.06 Victory Lane Red Speed kart. Lorenzo hasn't given up of taking the lead. He dives down the inside. Nicely done. Riccardo gets him back on the exit. And they touch. Oh, Riccardo turned around in the final corner. The clutch engages. Contact between the two of them. Riccardo Ferrari comes across the line in position 5 after leading half of the pre-final. Campos and Ferrari, the pole sitter, the fastest driver on the circuit, a move into the final corner. Successful for Lorenzo Campos, but it wasn't the cleanest move you've ever seen. Riccardo Ferrari is able to recover somewhat, and now we've got the Victory Lane Red Speed karts running 2, 3 and 4. Sasha van Padbosch, he saw that happen. There may well be slight bodywork damage to the kart of Lorenzo Campos, and Sasha takes advantage. Repeats the move cleanly this time, dives down the inside and goes through to take the lead. This is the final lap for Sasha van Padbosch. Down through turn 1 and 2, is there a response for Lorenzo Campos? Watch. Into the pit hairpin for the final time, a 17-lap pre-final for the X30 Junior category here at the WSK Champions Cup. Sasha looks over his right shoulder. Lorenzo is still right there. Dit is de laatste ronde for the pilot van the Netherlands in the eerste positie. Sasha, P1, the young Dutchman. Lorenzo dives down the inside and takes it back. Sasha van Padbosch back into second place. Campos goes defensive. The final corner, they make contact. Van Padbosch runs into the back of him. Campos puts the kart in the middle of the circuit. Sasha will try and get the run. They go side by side across the start-finish line. And it is the driver from Luanda in Angola, in the southwest of Africa, who takes the victory. Sasha van Padbosch in P2, Rocco Coronel, P3, Clovis Nougarida makes it a Victory Lane team at 2, 3 and 4, and Riccardo Ferrari home in position 5. Well, Riccardo Ferrari lucky to bring it home. Contact between himself and Lorenzo Campos. Ultimately, the pre-final winner. Take nothing away from him for team driver as well. Did start on the 4th row of the grid. Riccardo Ferrari, the fastest lap of the race, reminiscent of the days of KF when the clutch engaged and he was able to bring it home. Not the cleanest move you've ever seen, but Lorenzo Campos makes it stick, and the African wins the X30 Junior pre-final. And with that, provisionally will line up. There's a big asterisk next to that statement on pole position for the final. The Victory Lane karts come home at 2, 3 and 4. Sasha from Rocco and then Clovis Ferrari, the pole sitter for Zanchi Motorsport, leads home 6 Italians. Giulio Miranda, Fulgori, good drive from Alberto. Don't discount him in the final. Romeo, Reale, Santese, Pancotti, Hugo Martiniello, Esposito, Paolo Tizzano, D'Ortenzio, Oscar Repetto leads home the Canadian Zach Taylor. Then it was Blanchimont. Good drive from Arthur Dodonka brings it home in 19th place, just a position ahead of Kokotza. We are underway here today, the WSK Champions Cup here at Lonato. Stay with us. The pre-finals continue in just a moment. Back here at Lonato for our second pre-final of the morning. This is for the X30 senior category. Brando Pozzi will start on pole position alongside Pacom Weissenberger. This is the X30 category racing back with us in WSK World Competition for the first time since Adria, the night edition in 2016. We go through the grid for you. Brando starts on pole alongside Pacom Weissenberger. M2 Racing, a good performance for young Brando. One of the more spectacular drivers to watch in the X30 category, particularly down through the old Turn 5 chicane. We'll see him light up the 839 Tony Kart from pole position as the field start to form up on this formation lap at South Garda Karting Lonato. Great to have your company watching us live on wsk.it and also on Motorsport TV as well. Weissenberger out of grid 2, Andrea Giudici for the Mara 61 kart racing team on the second row of the grid alongside Federico Rossi, the Roman, Federico Albanese, Mathis Barb from the south of France on grid 6, and then it is Pirovano, Apicella, Rafael Perard and Riccardo Tirelli. We're still at 4 degrees Celsius here this morning at the north of Italy. The sun is shining, though they desperately try and get temperature into the MG tyres. There is Anthony Pulicone going through behind Martin Hubler in the energy kart. And George Kolovos rounds out the field. Look for a good result from Maximilian Bostrom, also 801, the Swede, in the Ward Racing Tony Kart on the 8th row of the grid, alongside his teammate from Denmark, Tobias Norman. Brando Pozzi to the right of your screen leads the field up to the line. X30 pre-final A, we race. Nice start from Weissenberger, slots into second place as the Tibi kart around the outside of Andrea Pirovano moves up a couple of positions. The fluorescent green machine through into position 5. Brando Pozzi, spectacular as we told you. Under brakes as he slides into the pit hairpin. There's Pirovano, looks over his right shoulder. He's through in position 5. Brando Pozzi with the race lead. There is Weissenberger in second place as they come down the hill for the first time, in third place, in fact. He has been passed. A good start by Andrea Giudici, 8.40 for the Mara's 61 kart racing team, the team from Milano, based at the Rozzano big kart track on the outskirts of Milan. Almost a home race for them. Andrea Giudici, 8.40, goes through in second place. The gap is half a second. Weissenberger from grid 2 in P3. There is Pirovano behind Federico Albanese. The Roman in position 4. Contact further back in the pack. Barb, Apicella come together. Able to rejoin as the clutch engages. Federico Rossi also involved in that incident. Down into the pit hairpin on the second lap of the race. Brando Pozzi, watch him right over the ripple strip through the turn 5 chicane, particularly as he gets temperature into the MG tyres later on in the race. So Giudici, nice job. The team run by Sandro Mara in second place. The 8.40 Tony Carter gap was half a second, out to 6/10 now, the fastest driver on the circuit. Here's Weissenberger in position 3. There is the Frenchman as Pozzi looks over his right shoulder. Look how much of the ripple strip he's using. He's driving off the circuit onto the concrete verge as Riccardo Cerelli makes a move on Maxi Sparb into the hairpin. Brando Pozzi, absolutely spectacular. Watch him down through the chicane. Skates under brakes, just throws it on through. There is Pirovano going through. Head of Rossi, Apicella. Marco Piccolo. A big accident in his first heat into the chicane where he smacked the wall big time. Did recover though, and Marco Piccolo is in P11 as we see Giudici and Weissenberger go wheel to wheel for position 2, and the gap is out to 0.8 of a second. Girelli, the fastest driver on the circuit, with a 49.10.44 for the driver in position 8, ahead of Matthias Barb, the southern French driver. There he is in the background. Barb in the Lando Norris kart, based in Provence in the south of France, home circuit of Paul Ricard Le Castellet. The circuit, which is just a few hundred metres from the former home of the French Formula 1 Grand Prix circuit, which itself hosted the 1975 World Kart Racing Championship. The last world title won by the great Francois Goldstein, whose grandson, Ellie Goldstein, is watching this race on from pit lane. He'll be racing in Pre-Final B in just a moment. His teammate Pirovano in P5 watches this battle as Weissenberger makes the move there just a moment ago on Albanese. The Roman looks over his right shoulder in position 4. Now he's looking ahead of him because Giudici has got the place back, and here comes Pirovano in the Tibica, the most spectacularly presented fluorescent green and white machine. Pirovano, it is a work of art, and it's quick as well. He's in position 5. Rossi, Apicella, Girelli, Barb, Arnaud, and Marco Piccolo recovering after that big crash in the first heat. The Frenchman in position 11. Albanese and Giudici make contact as Pirovano dives down the inside and goes through to position 3. There is Girelli in the background for the Victory Lane team. So Pirovano in third place, but second place in this battle. Pozzi has got a lead of 1 second. The fastest driver on the circuit is Girelli. Look at this battle into the hairpin. Giudici locks up the brake, fighting with Rossi, Apicella, and Girelli as well. Brando Pozzi down through the chicane, the part of the circuit which he loves. We go back to this battle. Arnaud, there's Barb going through behind Arnaud Malizia. Essa, Tobias Norman, Marco Piccolo drops back. Ahead of Kokotsa, Hubler, Perard, Bostrom, which we told you about. Maximilian, only his second ever year of karting. It's a stunning performance. A few national races in the Swedish Championships with Ward Racing. And he's come to Italy in the WSK Champions Cup, acquitting himself well. As they go down the back straight, the gap is 0.8 of a second, 0.9 of a second, in fact, between Pozzi and Weissenberger. Approaching half race distance of Pre-Final A. for the X30 senior category. The sun is shining. We are up to 5 degrees Celsius on the last weekend of January here for the first event of 2023. There's Bostrom coming down the hill. We look at Tobias Norman also, and Kokotza in that battle as well. So Potsi, the gap is 0.7 of a second to Weissenberger, smashes over the ripple strip. Does Brando Potsi, the 839 M2 Racing Tony Kart. 0.776 of a second. Pacon Weissenberger for victory lane has pulled away from Albanese in the Paralin in third place. That's the Roman just ahead of the Tibi Kart. We go back to Andrea Giudici for the Mara 61 team in position 5. Then it's Tirelli and Antonio Apicella, not long out of the junior category. Here's Apicella down through the chicane. Good exit from Giudici, but he runs wide on the exit, had a lot of speed, dives down the inside. And Tirelli follows him through as well. So Pierovinol has lost 3 positions in 2 corners. The Tibi Kart, which was in position 4, comes across the line in 7th. Rossi at Federico is behind him, head of Arno Malizia and Matthias Barb. The Lando Norris Kart in position 10. Just in the background, and he himself is being hounded by Esser, who goes down the inside. Louis Esser in the 827 Cosmic Kart makes the move, and that puts the German up into position 10. Potsi, the gap is down to half a second down through the chicane. Half race distance, pre-final A for the X30 senior category. Barb trying to take the place back from the German Louis Esser. The fight for position 10. Tobias Norman, the Dane, is behind them, as now the front few spread out. We check the gap across the line between Potsi and Weissenberger. Stays at 0.6 of a second. Weissenberger also smashes over the ripple strip. The victory lane, red speed 804. Look at him right the bumps. Sits low behind the steering wheel. There is Albanese in the Paralin in position 3. A lot of these drivers coming from the IAMI National Series here in Italy. Quite a few strong drivers from France as well, including Weissenberger in 2nd place, who started from grid 2. Just lets the kart do the work as he rides the bumps into the far hairpin, trying to chase down Brando Potsi to win the pre-final and potentially start the final this afternoon from pole position for the WSK Champions Cup. There's Apicella in position 5. Good drive from Antonio, 14 driver. Closes up very deep under brakes. As we see Albanese run a little bit wide in the Paralin. Paralin holds onto it. There's Barb going through. Headed to Tobias Norman. The gap is still at 0.6 of a second between Pacom and Brando, who continues to lead. 6 laps remaining at the end of this one. Potsi loves a ripple strip, does he not? As he comes down the hill through the chicane. Barb has dropped off significantly from Louis Esser, who is chasing down Arnu Malizia into 10th place. So now we'll check the gap. Riccardo Cirelli still the fastest driver on the circuit. As we see Padovano fighting there with Giudici, and he's gone through and taken him. Apicella Cirelli, who is the quickest driver on the track, with a 48.684. He's in 3rd place. Louis Esser down the inside and takes Arno Malizia. That's a nice move by the German. Well inside the top 10 now and trying to chase that trio. They come down the hill being led by Pierovinol Giudici and Federico Rossi as well. Rossi for the Pachito Racing Kart team did start on the 2nd row of the grid. In grid 4, as we look at Albanese in the Paralin, gets very close to the back of Apicella. They come across the line with now 5 laps remaining. The gap, half a second. Weissenberger can't do anything about Potsi for the moment, who is owning this pre-final here this morning. X30 senior in the WSK Champions Cup. Giudici looks over his shoulder, not once but twice, as he makes a slight error at the exit of turn 3. The gap, 0.579 of a second. Pacom waiting to to come on strong in the final stages of this pre-final A for X30. Here this morning on a freezing cold circuit at Lonato. Pozzi in the M2 racing cart has got this under control. Gets the run, accelerates out of the final corner. 4 laps of this 1.2 kilometre South Garda Karting Lonato circuit, 5 kilometres to race. The gap, 0.4 of a second. Weissenberger is catching him, wants the victory here this morning. There is Albanese on the back of Apicella for team driver. Riccardo Cirelli for victory lane in position 3. Pirovano in the Timmy car stays there in P6. It is the Italian from the Frenchman, another 5 Italians, then the German, Louis Esser, who is now up into position 8. Nice drive from Louis. 3 laps remaining at the end of this one. There is 3 kart lengths between the Italian who leads the Frenchman. Pre-final A of X30 Senior in the WSK Champions Cup here at Lonato. They come across the line, the gap stays exactly the same, 0.49. Weissenberger can't bridge the gap at the moment. Albanese is being hounded by Apicella, who turns in early. That spectacular turn 1, 2, 3 complex, which has not changed in the past 3 decades here at Lonato. That world-famous, gutsy circuit, which really sorts out, well, I was going to say the men for the boys, can we say that? The good drivers from, well, the ones that struggle a little bit to hold on to the steering wheel at more than 100 kilometres an hour. Around about 118 in the X30 category here at Lonato. The Pachito racing cart goes through. Giudici for the Mara 61 team. The gap still 0.4 of a second. In fact, it's gone out another 10th. Brando Pozzi has got this one under control on the penultimate lap. He leads at the Frenchman, Pacon Weissenberger, who will be a contender here this afternoon for the final. Don't expect Pozzi to make a mistake. There's Pirovano trying to catch up to the back of Apicella. Move down the inside. Louis Esser gets another one. Goes by Andrea Giudici. Nicely done by the German, who's now up into position 7. Arnaud Malizia in the background as the field spread out to try and bring it home to the checkered flag. Pre-final B in just a moment for the X30 senior category here at Lonato. The retirements include George Kolovas. Bedetti, the second entrant for Mara 61, did not make the start. And the Luxembourgish driver, Chester Kiefer, also out at the start. This is the final lap for Brando Pozzi. The gap 0.6 of a second. He won't lose it from here. Looking good is the M2 Tony Kart racing driver to start from pole position this afternoon. Right over the ripple strip into the pit hairpin. Weissenberger sits there in P2 for victory lane. Gets up onto 2 wheel, just dances on the grip here as Brando looks over his shoulder, turns in smoothly. That's him going straight over the curbing, down through the chicane. Weissenberger too far back, just a couple of 100 metres to that checkered flag. And Brando Pozzi for M2 Racing brakes, turns, accelerates, and now takes the checkered flag to win pre-final A for X30 Senior. Weissenberger P2. And Apicella comes home in 3rd place, takes Girelli on the last lap. The Roman Federico Albanese, P5 from Pirovano. Good drive from Louis Esser. The German in P7 ahead of Giudici, Arnaud Malizia. And Federico Rossi beats Mark Lopiccolo home for position 10. Federico Rossi turning it around in the pit lane, but he's brought it home in position 10 as Pozzi takes the victory from Weissenberger. Apicella takes P3 on the last lap from Girelli. Albanese, Pirovano, Louis Esser, the German, in P7 ahead of Pulicani. Pulicani on the next page. He was 18th. Giudici ahead of Arnaud Malizia. Rossi, Lopiccolo, Norman, Barb, Gerard, Bostrom, the Swede, ahead of Kokotza, Martin Hubler, Pulicani, and then Scarfiglieri, the final finisher. Stay with us on wsk.it. Pre-final B for the X30 senior category live from Lonato in just a moment. Back here at Lonato for pre-final B for the X30 senior category, with Ellie Goldstein to start on pole position in the 816 Tibi kart. Locatelli, who has won international races here in the past, starts out at grid 2 for Zunki Motorsport. We saw Riccardo Ferrari, his junior teammate for Zunki Motorsport, being super quick in the junior pre-final. Erika Lavazza starts out at 3. She has been impressive all weekend, has led in some of the heats. Also look out for Luca Griggs, who starts out at grid 11, led up to the very final lap of his final heat yesterday, was super quick coming from grid 8 to take the lead before a technical problem on the very last lap of the race. There's his teammate right to court. On the final row of the grid, the driver from the Dutch Caribbean island state of Curacao, the first ever driver from that nation to race in WSK competition here this weekend. Speaking of drivers representing new countries, we say welcome to the British-based Vietnamese driver Alex Sawyer, who is the first ever driver from Vietnam to race in WSK competition as well. Alex to start on the back of the grid, the back row of the grid alongside Franz Baumheier. 51 nations represented here at the WSK Champions Cup. It is the Belgian, last year's European champion, Ellie Goldstein, racing royalty, to start out of pole position, leads them up to the line, and we race. Goldstein with a perfect start, and Erika follows him through. Erika in the Tony kart trying to take the lead. Super start from Lavazza. Goldstein's got this under control, looks over his right shoulder as we see them dice down into turn 1. Erika's turned around. Erika turned in only to find the back of Goldstein's Tibi kart. She's back to last. What a disappointment for Erika Lavazza. Wow. Lavazza trying to take the lead. There may well be damage to the 807 Tony kart as well. The Virus Racing entry, Erika Lavazza, is about to come across the line to complete the first lap with a limping Tony kart in dead last position. She raced with us in the 60 mini category in the past few seasons, also spent last year racing in the mini challenge in the Italian Archie Racing Weekend Championships. Wow, Erika Lavazza, who did win a heat, she was in super form here. We'll see where she recovers across the line as Ellie Goldstein does lead. The field comer racing down through. Schleimer in second place. And the driver from Monte Carlo, Giacardi, in position 3. Matteo in the 813 Lando Norris kart going through in third place. That is Luca up into P4. We told you to look out for Luca Griggs. And he's come up into fourth place. Super start after starting from grid 11. His teammate, Kevin Latinga, for the Falcon Racing team. Behind in position 5, the team of the 1980 world champion, Peter De Bruyne. And the Falcon kart looking good here in the X30 class. The WSK Champions Cup, Maximilian Schleimer in position 2. But I hate to tell our German fans this, Maximilian is under investigation. Looks over his right shoulder. Back to Giacardi, then it's Griggs, Latinga, Comanducci, Locatelli in position 7. Moretti, Catanini. He won the WSK Champions Cup 12 months ago in the OK category. He is struggling here this morning. In fact, all weekend he's in position. Petra Babichkova for Teps Racing in P10. Erika Lavazza, she's come across the line. It's not too bad for Erika, all things considering. She's in 15th place, so the kart seems to be okay. You get a glimpse of her in the background as she tries to make up places through the field. Petra Babichkova ahead of Volpato, Gelé, Baumheier, Gialdini and Erika. So Goldstein has got the lead from Schleimer, Giacardi. The gap is just 0.4 of a second between Ellie and Maximilian. Under investigation is the German. We'll keep an eye on that. There is the order at the bottom of your screen. Moretti, Babichkova, Gelé, Volpato, Erika in P13. She's making her way back up through the field as Ryder caught behind his Vietnamese teammate. Alex Sawyer ahead of Curioni, Cohen and Cozzolino, the final runner in position 21. Ellie Goldstein, who won the European Championships in 2022 for the Eichmann's Grand Prix team, picked up by the Tibi Kart Racing team and runs in position 1. The gap, 0.4 of a second as Schleimer goes fastest. In fact, the fastest driver on the circuit now is Christian Comanducci in position 5. He's got by Latinga and also Locatelli has as well. There is Luca Griggs in the background. What an almighty start for the Dutch-speaking English driver from Pagham on the south coast of England. The Dutch-based driver as well. Now living in the Netherlands, racing for the Dutch team, the Falcon Racing team. Up into position 4, it's working nicely. Schleimer under investigation, but has closed up on the back of Ellie Goldstein. The immaculately presented Tibi Kart in position 1. Boy, does it stand out. Schleimer in P2, Giacardi in the Lando Norris kart. There is the driver from Monte Carlo. Griggs, Comanducci. Good strong drive for Christian Comanducci for the Pachito Racing kart team. He's in position 5, just ahead of David Locatelli for Zanchi Motorsport. Fastest driver on the circuit is Erika Lavazza. Wow, what a comeback. There she is in the background. She was back to dead last as Babichkova down the inside and takes Moretti. Bravissima Petra Babichkova. Well, the girl from the Czech Republic, that is the P in Teps Racing. Petra goes by Moretti for P9. Erika Lavazza tries to follow through. Erika Lavazza with a 49.178. She's 0.2 of a second faster than the drivers on your screen who run 1 and 2. Under investigation, still in second place. We've heard nothing of that yet, so we might be okay. Maximilian in P2. Griggs now with a 48.979. Babichkova up into P9. She's been passed by Erika Lavazza. Erika is flying. Next in line is the driver who won the WSK Champions Cup in 2022. It is Denny Caranini. He won the OK category right here 12 months ago, racing this weekend in the X30 class and has at best been mid-pack. He is a star driver. He won this race. We know how good he is. We know how quick he is. But he's in P8 and he's about to be passed by Lavazza, Babichkova and potentially Moretti as well. Ladakis from the other side of the Adriatic Sea, the Greek driver next in line. We'll check the gap. It is still 0.4 of a second between Maximilian in P2 under investigation and Ellie Goldstein. Griggs is actually chasing the Lando Norris kart and catching Giacardi. Matteo Giacardi from Monaco in P3. Griggs in the background. The gap between those two is just 0.2 of a second. As they come down the hill, good sector though from Giacardi. Holds off for the moment. That was Comanducci in the background. Head of Locatelli. Catanini now back up into P7. That's better from Denny. Head of Latinga, the second Falcon Racing Team entry. Erika Lavata, Petra Babicova, Andrea Moretti, Ludakas, Gillet, Voltato, Gialdini, Baumeier. Alex Sawyer from Vietnam, from Ho Chi Minh City, ahead of Curione and the driver from Curaçao, Rydercourt, Cozzolino and Cohen from the Holy Land of Israel rounds out the field. Goldstein leads by 0.3 of a second. He is the grandson of the great Francois Goldstein, as we see Luca Griggs in the background. Francois, the 5-time world champion who last won the World Championship at Paul Ricard way back in 1975. His grandson leads pre-final B in the WSK Champions Cup for the Italian racing team, Tibi Kart. We see Griggs in the background on the back of Giacardi. We see Schleimer still under investigation, trying to take the lead in the pre-final of X30 in the WSK Champions Cup. Too far back into the final corner, half race distance. There is Griggs now, right on the back of Giacardi. Gets the slipstream down through turn 1. The Englishman on the back of the driver from Monte Carlo into turn 3. Not quite close enough. Watch him into the hairpin. Giacardi has to defend. Comanducci for the Pachito Racing Car team in the background. Luca is on the back of Matteo, trying to go for position 3. Fabulous racing in the WSK Champions Cup in the north of Italy on a freezing cold morning here on the last weekend of January 2023. Griggs on the back of the Lando Norris kart. Can't quite do it. That was Petra Babicova. You got a glimpse of her bright pink helmet going through. Petra is behind Erika, the girl from the Czech Republic. Head of Emmanuel from Greece. Griggs has gone through. Luca Griggs up into position 3. Nicely done by the Falcon Racing Team driver. Goldstein under pressure but has not flinched. The gap is 0.3 of a second between those two. Griggs, the fastest driver on the circuit, 48.979. He's still got time, 7 laps to catch up to the leaders. The gap, 1.1 seconds between Luca in P3 and Matteo in second place. He himself tried to take the lead away from the Belgian. National colours on his Speedway helmet, Eli Goldstein. We'll check the gap this time. You can see it's only a couple of kart lengths. Griggs has pulled away from Giacardi in P3. That's more interesting. Griggs has gone faster again. It's down to 1 second dead. The Englishman is catching the Monegasque driver and the European champion in the Tibi kart, who leads. There's Comanducci, Locatelli, and Denny Catanini. Better performance in the energy karts. Latinga, P8, that was Lavata, just ahead of Babicova. Ledaukas from Greece, ahead of Gillet, Gialdini, and Baumeier, the second German. The first in second place was under investigation, but we believe it's okay. We haven't heard anything from race control, so it may well be P2 and good enough for Maximilian Schleimer without a penalty. I hope I don't speak too soon for our German fans watching on live. There is the battle behind between Comanducci, Locatelli, Catanini. Davide has gone by Christian. Locatelli passes Comanducci for P5. Griggs is catching. It's now down to half a second. And the Monegasque driver going with him. That was Locatelli in the background ahead of Comanducci. Fantastic racing in the X30 senior category. Pre-final B. You're in the WSK Champions Cup. Goldstein leads here from Schleimer. Griggs is catching them. It's a 4-kart fight for the lead. There's Caronini going through in the Energy Kinetic chassis. Last year's WSK Champions Cup champion in the OK category. Griggs is right there. What a performance. He's come from grid 11. He's in position 3, trying to go into second place. Stunning drive for the Dutch-based English driver, the Dutch-speaking English driver for the Dutch team, the Falcon Racing team. He's on the back of Schleimer. Here's an opportunity as Maximilian makes a slight error. Goes defensive, goes deep under brakes. Griggs is right on the back of the German. Ellie Goldstein skips away in position 1, trying to win the pre-final. Griggs has got him, the Falcon Kart over the back of the Lando Norris cut down into the chicane. He thought about it. He's almost pushing him. Watching to the final corner. Dives down the inside. Luca Griggs goes up to position 2. Can he take the lead away from Goldstein? 3 laps now remaining in pre-final B, the X30 senior category. In the WSK Champions Cup, he's come from the clouds. He's the fastest driver on the circuit. He's already displaced Matteo. He's on the back of the Belgian. Down into the hairpin. Goldstein's in trouble here. Griggs 2.5 laps remaining to win pre-final B. We can hear them cheering on from the Pagham Beach Cafe in the south of England. Luca from Grid 11 in the Falcon Kart on the back of the Tibi Kart. Into the chicane. There is 2 laps remaining at the end of this one. Sideways on the exit of the chicane. Down the inside. Luca Griggs does it again. He's taken the lead from Grid 11. What a drive, the Falcon Racing team of the 1980 world champion Peter de Bruin. He goes P1. There's Giaccardi back into P4 behind Maximilian the German. In 3rd place. What a race. This is just the pre-final. Stand by for the final of the WSK Champions Cup later this afternoon, as now Goldstein goes defensive on this, the penultimate lap of the race. Griggs will win. Griggs will win the pre-final. He's walking away with this. Goldstein, who dominated up to 1 lap ago from pole position, he's in trouble. He's been passed now by the German. Maximilian down the inside. It's ragged on the exit. And Giaccardi tries to get himself involved in this as well. 3 karts for 2nd place. 1 lap ago, Griggs was trying to take the lead. He's about to come across the line to get the last lap board, and the gap, it's 1.3 seconds. He's destroyed the field out here. His teammate, give him some credit as well. Kevin Latinga just on the edge of the top 10. He's just been passed by the Greek driver, Emmanuel Ladaukas. Head of Gillet, Baumheier, Geldani, Volpato, Alex Sawyer. Good result for the Vietnamese driver. Also for the Falcon Racing team. The fight for 2nd place. Griggs wins the pre-final. What a performance. I know he's still got half a lap to go, but he won't lose it from here. The fight for 2nd place. Goldstein, the pole sitter, who led for 14 of the 17 laps. He's in 3rd place, tries to make 2nd. Won't quite do it, but that checkered flag waves, and the English driver, Luca Griggs, for the Falcon Racing team, with a stunning drive, fastest lap of the race as well, has won pre-final B here at Lonato. Goldstein P2, Maximilian Schleimer P3, and Giaccardi in P4. Denny Garanini, last year's WSK Champions Cup champion. That's a better performance for the Energy Kart driver. Comes home in position 5. So Griggs wins it. The gap was 2 seconds in the end over Goldstein. Schleimer, position 3. Giaccardi from Monte Carlo, 4th. Catanini, Locatelli, Comanducci. Great recovery for Erika Lavazza from dead last. Position 8 ahead of Petra Babichkova. And Ladaukas rounds out the 10. Slater to start out of grid 1. Bertuka out of 2. Slavik Putyatin, he's racing for LA Motorsport in the Falcon racing car. Maximilian Paul, the driver from Dresden. Rivera, Ekelchik, JB, that's Julius Bernhard, alongside another German. There were 8 Germans in one of the particular heats yesterday. We've got 6 in this heat alone. Maybe 5, actually. So quickly check Maximilian Paul. And then we've also got Bernhard, Speck, Lenny Reed for the Lanari Racing Team, and Thomas Rackel in the Maranello car. Okay, 5 German drivers in this heat. Rivera from Ekelchik, Julius Bernhard, Lauren Speck, Gaman Fotiv, Lenny Reed, Bruno Mulders from the Netherlands, Simonini, Alessio Lamartina, the Canadian in the GP racing car. That's Nicholas Taylor, Mark Negruta from Moldova, Rackel, Lantos from Hungary, last year's Hungarian KZ2 champion, also racing in the Renault Clio Cup. Kawa, that's Gabriel from Costa Rica, and Anders Armfeldt in another Maranello car, the Dane on the 10th row of the grid. 17 laps, the pre-final. Freddie Slater, the fastest qualifier. A stunning performance to take pole position of 45.593. Bertuka in the second group of 45.723. This is Freddie's first ever KZ2 race. Has switched teams after so much success with Ricky Flume Motorsport in OK Junior and OK. But now starts grid 1 for the red and white team. Birulas dominates the front row of the grid. Pre-final A for KZ2, the WSK Champions Cup here at Lonato. Slater 127, Bertuka 101. We race. Superstar by both the Birulat drivers. Maximilian Paul tries to split them, and he does. Ekelchik runs wide on a green track, and the Lennox Racing Team driver almost makes contact. Down the inside, and Maximilian Paul has got the lead. Let's put Yarton on the outside, trying to go through into position 3. Good start by Thomas Rackel as we see one of the Birulats off the road. It's Bertuka. Bertuka into the grass. Wow, what a hectic start. There is Putyatin, who won the Winter Cup here 7 days ago. The Falcon Racing Team car of the Ukrainian has gone up into second place. Bertuka was in the grass. Freddie Slater has got the race lead. There is Putyatin in the Falcon Racing car, goes position 2. They come across the line for the first time. We'll see where Bertuka has recovered. So Slater in position 3. Fabulous start for the driver from Dresden. Maximilian Paul, the all-new spec, the new homologation. Modern KK2 engine on the Danilo Rossi racing kart. As we see Mark Negruta try and make a move. Alessio Lamartina is there as well. In fact, it was Thomas Rackel going through on the Canadian. Nicholas Taylor, who tried to defend. We'll see who comes out best. In fact, Nicholas Taylor has held him off. You just got a glimpse in the background as Paul Ribera, the Austrian, slams it down the inside and takes position 3 away from Fast Freddy. Putyatin for LA Motorsport, deep under brakes. Goes the Ukrainian on the back of the German. The Austrian position 3. And Fast Freddy Slater in position for the fastest qualifier. 2 Germans inside the top 5 because Julius Bernhard is next. 5th in line in the 115 IAME powered kart Republic. It is a Modena-powered Danilo Rossi racing kart, which leads in the hands of the German driver from Dresden, Maximilian Paul. Front left off the deck for Slavik Putyatin, the Falcon Racing Team's second year of competition. This new project, relatively new speaking, for the 1980 World Champion Peter De Bruyn, after so much success with the Gillard Racing Kart team, including taking the 2005 World Championship with Ollie Oakes. That was at Braga in Portugal. But it's a new Falcon Racing Team, the new chassis from Peter and the team, and they're running in second place with LA Motorsport, the Ukrainian driver on the back of the German in the DR Racing Kart for the 5-time World Champion Danilo Rossi. Down the inside goes Putyatin, and he's done it. He's gone through to take the lead.
Maximilian Paul in second place. The German-speaking drivers in second and third. The Austrian, that is Paul Ribera, in third place, driving for Dual Motorsport. Both the drivers in second and third also combining a full season in WSK KZ2 World Competition, racing in various GT3 and GT4 categories as well. They're in second and third. It is the Falcon kart of Putyatin which leads. Maximilian Paul P1, Paul Ribera's second. There's Slater in fourth place. A rough start for the young Englishman. Trying to check the statistic if he is the youngest ever driver to take pole position in KZ2 in WSK competition. I'm sure there's a young driver from the Netherlands by the name of Max who may have actually eclipsed him back in 2013 when he took the WSK Euro Series. As we see, Ribera dive down the inside from Maximilian Paul, but regardless, a stunning performance for the young 14-year-old English driver who's now catching the back of the early race leader, Maximilian Paul. Slater in the Birrell Arts. There's Julius Bernhard, another German, just ahead of Bruno Mulders. Good performance from Bruno. New signing for the CRG Racing Team, 112. In the background, Bruno Mulders from the sixth row of the grid, starting alongside Mattia Simonini, who has actually dropped down the order. And he's been passed by Alessio La Martina, just holding off the Canadian in the GP racing kart, Nicholas Taylor. So the gap, 0.5 of a second. Christian Bertucca, remember him, started on the front row of the grid, was in the grass on the first lap. He's now charging back through the field. He's back into 10th, and he's just done a 46.685, 0.2 of a second faster than the race leaders. In 10th, next in line for Christian Cannibal Bertucca is the Moldovan Mark Negruța. The gap between the race leader, Slavik Putyatin, Paul Ribera, is now 0.5 a second. Slater up into third. Max Paul sits back in fourth place behind Julius Bernhard. Akelchik, Lenny Reed for the Lanari Racing Team. Bruno Mulders, P8, being caught by Bertucca, who's gone purple in every single sector last time round. A 46.293 versus a 46.7 for Putyatin. There is Bertucca, absolutely flying. He's just gone by the two Maranello karts of Negruța and Rackle. Negruța from Moldova in east of Europe. Speaking of Eastern Europe, it's the Ukrainian in position 1. Slavik Putyatin. The gap, 0.5 a second. Bertucca, P9, behind Bruno Mulders. Lenny Reed for the Lanari Racing Team. Great to see LRT back at the track. Lenny Reed, the German driver for the Lanari Racing Team, who've had so much success over the past few seasons, more particularly in the OK category. But they're also running here in KZ2 in the Wsk Champions Cup as we look at Slater. Dive down the inside. Fast Freddy goes through to position 2. Nicely done by the 14-year-old English driver. Back up into second place. We know he's quick. We know the kart works. Birrell Art have dominated KZ2 competition for the past few seasons. Actually, they've won the WSK Euro Series. They've won the WSK Open Cup as well. Last year it was a Saudi Cup though, which took the victory in the hands of Senna van Walstein. Vita Gustafsson, he did win in 2021 at Adria for the Lennox Racing Team on a Birrell manufactured Charles Leclerc kart. As we see, Slater run a little bit wide. There is Maximilian Paul in the background, the two German drivers running together. Julius Bernhardt in position 5. Good work from Julius. Head of Akelchik, Lenny Reed, Bruno Mulders is still holding off Christian Bertucca. So it gets harder here now for the Italian. The gap, 0.4 of a second between Slater and Putyatin, but remember, Freddie has come from 4th. Didn't get the best start. His teammate Bertucca will try and get a glimpse of the second red and white Birrell Art. There it is in the background. Still cannot get by the young Dutch driver Bruno Mulders in the CRG. He does just now. You just got a glimpse at the bottom of your screen. The Birrell Art passing the CRG. And with that, Bertucca moves up into position 8. Comes down the hill. Next in line, the Lanari Racing Team entry. Going through of Lenny Reed. Slater has caught Putyatin. The Burilat working well, as is this super young talent, Freddie Slater. Multiple champion, of course. He won the World Championships a couple of seasons ago. Provisionally also took the title. Well, he crossed the line first. Let's not get into that too much. We know how good he is. We know how quick he is. And now he leads as he dives down the inside and takes the lead away from Slavik Putyatin. There is Paul Ribera in position 3. Julius Bernhardt and Maximilian Paul. Julius still trying to go by Maximilian, the early race leader. So it is a Burilat from a Falcon Racing car, a Kart Republic, and a DR Kart in position 4. Alessio Lamartina has retired from the race. Bertuca now trying to get by Lenny Reed with 6 laps remaining. Pre-final A for KZ2, the WSK Champions Cup here at Lonato. Ivana Kelchik in the background in the Lennox Racing Team Kart in position 6. Good effort from him with Germans ahead of him and Germans behind him. Ivana Kelchik 109 under pressure from Lenny Reed. There is Bertuca in the background. His teammate leads. Fabulous performance on debut from fast Freddie Slater from the Midlands of England, the oldest of the 5 Slater siblings. Older brother of Alfie Slater, who'll join us next weekend for the WSK Supermaster Series first round here at Lonato. Freddie also racing in the Ginetta Championship in his native Great Britain in 2023. After a couple of races already in 2022, including a rookie race win. A toe in the water exercise for Freddie, and let's be honest, he's virtually emulating Lando Norris career path-wise. Although Lando, off memory, never did race a KZ2 kart. No, he didn't, did he? Almost a similar career path, though. Also raced in Ginetta. It won't be too long before surely we see Freddie joining us in the Italian F4 Championship, which kicks off later this year. It will be the 10th season of the world's most competitive junior motor racing series, as ever presented by WSK Promotion. Speaking of which, this year's Formula One World Championship grid, 15 of the 20 drivers on the grid have come from WSK World Competition. The latest of which is Oscar Piastri, who raced with success for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, the former team of the race leader, Freddie Slater. As Maximilian Paul's in trouble, he slows. The early race leader with a problem going down into the chicane. Has dropped off the pace badly. Maximilian Paul in trouble. Circulating slowly, trying to limp to the checkered flag. But the German may have a terminal problem here. Just trying to limp to the checkered flag. There is Slater with 3 laps remaining now. Christian Bertuca with a 46.277 goes by. Maximilian Paul dropping down the order. What a disappointment. The early race leader, the new debut of the Danilo Rossi racing kart powered by the new homologation Modena KK2 engine, led the race early. It has been quick, but he has now dropped off the order, and Maximilian Paul will join Marc Negruzza and Alessio Lamartina as retirements. It'll be a back of the grid start if you can scrape through for the final later this afternoon. No problem for Slater though, 2 laps remaining for the 14-year-old from the Midlands of England. Putyatin P2, and it's Paul Ribera. Keeps off the ripple strip, smooth down through the gearbox. Here's the English driver, there's the Ukrainian, and Paul Ribera, the Austrian, on your screen in position 3. Penultimate lap for Slater, didn't get the best start. His teammate, meanwhile, Bertuca, he had a horrible start. He was in the grass and stationary at the end of the, well, even a few corners. But Bertuca has recovered, the fastest driver on the circuit from the back of the pack, and Christian Cannibal up into position 6. Last lap now for Freddie Slater. The gap, 0.6 of a second. Putyatin still at the absolute limit as he's flat down through the left kink at the end of the straight at this world-famous South Garda Karting Lonato circuit. Slater down through the gearbox. The gap 0.6 of a second to Putyatin. Ribera, Julius Bernhardt, the top German in position 4 from Mikelchik and Christian Bertuca. Gabriel Kawa from Costa Rica has also retired. 300 metres to that checkered flag for Slater. Did it the hard way after not the best start, but has recovered. He is quick. His teammates has set the quickest lap of the race. And the Birrell Arts will be the ones to beat here this afternoon as the fastest qualifier, fast Freddie Slater, takes victory in pre-final A here at Lonato. Putyatin across the line in position 2, then it's Ribera, Julius Bernhardt and Mikelchik in P5. Cool recovery after missing the start. Slater wins it from Slavik Putyatin in the LA Motorsport Falcon Kart. Ribera, 4-door Motorsport in the KR. Bernhardt, Mikelchik, Bertuca recovers from being in the grass to lead home Lenny Reed for P6. Mulders, Rackle in the Maranello Kart and Lawrence Beck. Quiet race for the German home in P10. Stay with us on wsk.it pre-final B for KZ2 in just a moment. Senna van Walstein won the WSK Champions Cup at, I was going to say Petrie, that wasn't the case. It was here at Lonato 12 months ago. He's watching on from the sidelines. He'll join us next week for the WSK Supermaster Series. As we take a look at the grid, his former teammate, Adrien Renaudin, starts out of pole position. New colours. Ne pas plus la machine bleue. Maintenant la machine rouge. It's an in-joke between Adrian's parents and myself. No more the blue machine. It is now the red machine because Adrien Renaudin has been picked up by the 5-time world champion Danilo Rossi. And he's racing the DR car powered by their new homologation KK2 Modena engine. And he starts out of pole position. His former teammates, plural, Matteo Spiegel, Tim Gerhardt, the young Sri Lankan star, Yevon David, and Flint Schuring all surround him in the CPB Sport Soddy Karts. Welcome back to Artem Severukian. Starts out of grid 6 in the Racing Line 133 entry. Great to see him back on the grid. There he is, trying to get temperature into the Vega tyres. Starts a position ahead of Giuliano Holtzam. Sorry, Felix Arnold and Sandro Holtzam. Giuliano Holtzam is alongside another German, Luca Scherbinskis. Daniel Stell for Dur Motorsport, Marat Naitsev. Jamie Cortez, Ferdinando Di Auria. Zucco, Bruno Van Sant, Tom Adams, the British champion, joins us for the first time in WSK competition. Alongside Eduardo Di Alessandro and Jakub Wojcik for Jastrzębski Racing. The pole out of grid 19. New colours for Renaudin, starts on grid 1. The former European, the former WSK champion, now the Danilo Rossi racing car driver. Powered by the Modena, the new homologation KK2 engine, and he starts out of grid 1. We can see Danilo watching on his new charge from the sidelines. There is Matteo Spiegel, good performance from him all week as well. To the left of your screen in 1:08. 1:20, Renaudin on pole position. The Frenchman lock out the front row of the grid. The 4 red lights. We race. Great start by Matteo Spiegel, who goes around the outside of the pole sitter, Renaudin, who has missed the start. Almost certainly one of the drivers on the right side of the grid has jumped the start. We'll see who is under investigation as they go down into the pit hairpin for the first time. The CPB Sport Soddy Karts run 1, 3, 4 and 5. Renaudin, the pole sitter, back to grid 2. Great start by Daniel Stell in the background as well. Not the best start for Giuliano Holtzam, who has run wide. There he is in the background. As we see one of the Kart Republics, Daniel Stell trying to drive down the inside. Renaudin in second place. Still as cool as ever. Renaudin in P2. As they come across the line, he's surrounded by his former teammates in the CPB Sport Soddy Karts. Spiegel P1, Schuring in P3, Renaudin in second place. That's Tim Gerhardt. What about Tim, the young Dutchman? 15 years of age from the Netherlands, second year of racing in KZ2. He's up in a P4 from Yevon, the Bat David. And 3 Germans, Felix Arnold, Daniel Stell, Scherbinskis. Naitsev, Van Sant, Severukian, Di Alessandro, Tom Adams, great start from the Brit, up in a P13 ahead of Sandro Holtzam. Wojcik for Jastrzębski Racing, Zucco, Di Auria, and Giuliano Holtzam. Cortez is out. Under attack is Renaudin from his former teammate Flint Schuring. The 2 Dutch drivers in 3 and 4. Here's Tim Gerhardt in triple 1. Being hounded now by Felix Arnold and Yevon David as well. So Renaudin in second place. First time out with the new DR racing car team. As the early race leader, Matteo Spiegel, looks over his right shoulder and then instantly goes defensive. Renaudin in the background of the Frenchman, his former teammate. He'll make the move. It will inevitably come, but the question is, can Spiegel respond down the inside into the chicane? Nicely done by Renaudin. And the DR car goes position 1. Defensive, there is Schuring and Spiegel. It all kicks off between the teammates. Look at the CPB Sports Soddy Karts. 2, 3, 4 and 5. Felix Arnold, Daniel Stell and Lucas Shabinskas on the charge as well. Lucas for NSL Racing in another Sodi kart. Nayatsev, good start from him. Meanwhile, Severukian has missed the start. There he is in the background in the racing line entry. Ahead of Van San, who's made a great start, the Italian. Bruno Van San, EKS Racing, 117. Started alongside Alessandro Zucco, who has just been passed by Tom Adams and Jakub Wojcik. Renaudin has got the race lead. So can Shooting and Gerhardt and Spiegel all respond. Renaudin coming across from the Tony Kart Racing team in 2022. Prior to that, he took success after success for the karts, which now hound him. There is a penalty for the 117 kart. We were just telling you about Bruno Van San. A great start for him. It was too good. He has been penalised 5 seconds for a starting infringement. That drops the Italian down to 16th place. Tim almost runs into the back of Flint. Twee piloten van the Netherlands. The two drivers from the Netherlands in second and third almost come together. The two Dutch drivers. Spiegel, the early race leader in P4. Yevon, the bat from Colombo in Sri Lanka. There's super young talent up into P5. Ahead of the first of the Germans. Daniel Stell and Felix Arnold. Stell for Dahl Motorsport. Felix Arnold, the 102 Maranello kart. For SRP Racing, the team of Mike Sibecki and Fabian Federer, Sibecki Racing Parts team. Linking up with the two-time European champion, Fabian Federer. There's the first Maranello kart in the background there. Felix in P7. Severukian starting to recover. He's just on the fastest middle sector of the entire race. Severukian, first year racing in KZ2. A few national races, was racing at Sochi on a freezing cold day a couple of weekends ago. In the Russian Cup, Severukian up in a P9 ahead of Shabinskis, Sandro Holzem. Renaudin, P1, under immense pressure though. Tim Gerhardt, what a performance for the Dutchman. 111 looks over his right shoulder. The CPB Sport, Sodi Kart Sigma chassis, Gerhardt gets the run, but has got nowhere to go because Flint Shooting, his countryman, his teammate, he is right in front of him. The early race leader, Matteo Spiegel, is behind. There's the fluorescent yellow Arai helmet of the Sri Lankan Yevon David. Some races last year in KZ2, not long out of the junior category. Here's the driver from south of the subcontinent, the Sri Lankan from Colombo. Super talent. He's in position 5. The Sodi karts 2, 3, 4 and 5. But the new recruit for the Danilo Rossi racing car team with the modern KK2 new homologation. It is in position 1. Renaudin. In the background, Yevon David has just done 2 purple sectors and set a time of 46.487. The fastest driver on the circuit as the 2 Dutch drivers. In fact, it was 1 Dutch driver and 1 French driver trading positions. Gerhardt and Spiegel. And now Yevon David is right there as well. There's still Arnold, the 2 Germans. Severukian has got by Nayatsev and Holzem in the background. And Severukian now with the fastest middle sector with a little bit of clean track and clear air ahead of him. Half race distance, Renaudin, who has taken some spectacular victories in his career. We'll never forget the day at Kristianstad in 2016 it was, or was it 17? No, I'll say it was 2016 in the pouring rain. He got a 10-second penalty for a dropped front nose cone. It used to be a 10-second penalty. No problem, he won the race by 17 seconds. He also won the WSK Final Cup in 2018 on a freezing cold wet day at Castelletto di Branduzzo to win the WSK Final Cup. That was with the Sodi Kart team. The karts which are chasing him in second, third and fourth. The 2 teammates coming together in the background. There is Yevon David. Renaudin, can he pull away from Shooting? Well, the gap's only 3/10 of a second. As Spiegel, Gerhardt and David have their own battle. Real shame for Bruno Van San in the background. almost get a glimpse of the Italian running inside the top 10, but we apply the 5-second penalty and it drops him to 14th position, ahead of the young Italian, Alessandro Zucco. Also in a DR racing kart, young Alessandro Wojciech, Diauria and Giuliano Holtzen Cortez is out. Well, the gap last night, time was exactly 0.3 of a second, 0.34. So pulls out, say, a couple of centimetres as Tim Gerhardt with a 46.453, the fastest driver on the circuit. But he's got nowhere to go. He's in position for Gerhardt's his 111. The Dutchman, second year racing KZ2, second year with the Sodi Kart team. Just skips over the bumps on the ripple strip. Gerhardt as they race down the hill, down through the chicane. That was Yevon David going through in position 5, 105. Here's the Sri Lankan, super performance from him. Trying to get by his 3 teammates and potentially Renaudin. Gerhardt's the fastest driver on the circuit. Again, another fastest middle sector from Severukian, who's struggling to get by the 2 Germans. Daniel Stelf for Dor Motorsport and the Maranello kart of Felix Arnold. Sandro Holtzam is behind Artem, ahead of Maya Naitsev. Sherbinskas, Eduardo D'Alessandro, 2-time British champion Tom Adams on debut in WSK competition, acquitting himself well. He's next in line. Here's Tom in the 129 Maranello kart, as it's now kicking off between the teammates once again. Shooting, Gerhardt and Matteo Spiegel. That was Van Zaan going through, who's made a great run, but he's got a 5-second penalty. As now Renaudin skips away. This is better from the French super champion. The gap was 0.3 of a second last time. It's blown out to 1.1 seconds. Renaudin with 5 laps to go will surely win the pre-final, despite the fact that Gerhardt's in the background is the fastest driver on the circuit. But he's in that battle. He's got his teammate, the early race leader Matteo Spiegel, just in front of him. There is still fighting with Yevon David. They go side by side up the hill, and up the inside goes Felix Arnold, and the Maranello kart driver from Germany takes the place. Nicely done from Felix. May pick up another one here. The SRP Maranello, the new spec TM engine on that chassis as well. The red and yellow machine, it's the red and white and black machine of the 5-time world champion Danilo Rossi racing team, driven by the French Cup winner, the European champion, the WSK champion, and the new recruit for DR Racing in P1. The gap, 1.1 seconds. Spiegel in P2, and it's Gerhardt shooting. Yevon David has been in position 5 virtually the whole race, despite the fact that he has passed and been passed by his teammates. Felix Arnold, there is still coming down. The Stillhammer, the second German, in P7. Severukian in the racing line, Biralat 133. Sitting quite tall in that chassis. It is working for him though. He's got traffic though. He's got speed as well, but has to get past Stell and Felix Arnold, the 2 Germans, next. 3 laps to the checkered flag. The gap down to 0.9 of a second. Spiegel trying to go with Tim Gerhardt, who wants second place for himself, but the teammates, to a degree, will work together. A real shame for Bruno Van Zaan in the background. 5-second penalty drops the Italian down to 13th as the teammates trade positions. Matteo and Tim, second and third, now third and seconds. They fight back. Oh, wow. Paul Bizaglion, watching on from pit lane, will be having a heart attack. The teammates fight, and with that, the gap, let me remind you, was 0.3 of a second. Then it went out to 1.1 seconds. It's now out to 1.2. Oh, they touch again. They both run off the road. The 2 teammates, shades of Hamilton and Rosberg here at Lonato. And now Flint Schuring joins in the battle. There's Yevon David in the background. The teammates touched, not once, but twice. There's Tim saying, hey, Renaudin is getting away. He certainly is. He will win the pre-final. This is the penultimate lap. Felix Arnold, he's not from the CPB Sport team. He's from SRP Maranello. He does not care what the teammates are doing. Is the yellow flag about to be displayed? We go full course yellow, in fact. Full course yellow for an incident. We believe it is between Alessandro Zucco and Tom Adams. No, it is fluid on the circuit. Well, we saw the two teammates running wide at that very corner a lap ago. You were probably thinking to yourself that they were touching a little bit too closely, but with fluid on the circuit, you saw the red and yellow flag displayed. That was the reason why. And we will finish this one under full course yellow. Renaud Dunn will win pre-final B for KZ2. Tom Adams and Alessandro Zucco with an incident and have dropped fluid onto the circuit, and therefore we finish under full course yellow. They're coming down into turn 1 and 2, over 130 k's an hour. And with radiator fluid, most likely, we don't want any of these cars going straight into the wall, which would have happened. That's smart officiating here. In fact, we're looking at Renaud Dunn. No, it is just smoke. I was going to say, surely he's not dropping fluid. Oh, the Modena engine's running ridge, and it's going to take Renaud Dunn, their new star driver, to victory here in pre-final B for KZ2. The red and yellow flag is waved. The full course yellow flag is waved, as is that checkered flag. And Renaud Dunn for the Danilo Rossi racing car team wins pre-final B in KZ2 of the WSK Champions Cup. The CPB Sport Soddy Karts come home in positions 2, 3, 4, and 6, because Felix Arnold has got by Yevon David. The Sri Lankan finishes in 6th place, just ahead of Severukian. Still, Holtzem and Lukas Shabinskas rounds out the 10. Full course yellow and the checkered flag. Renaud Dunn, the Frenchman for the DR racing car team, has taken victory. First time out for the new Modena KK2, new homologation engine for 2023 as well. Renaud Dunn, the multiple champion, and also tries his hand at rallycross briefly as he gets pick up on the tyres coming back into pit lane. Renaud Dunn wins it, the Frenchman first and second from Spiegel Gerhardt, ensuring for CPB Sports Soddy Kart, the Maranello of Arnold 5 from Yevon David, Severukian, 3 Germans, Still, Holtzam and Lukas Shabinskas. We'll take a very short break here at Lonato, and we will be back with OK Pre-Final A. The WSK Champions Cup continues in just a moment. back here at Lonato for the OK pre-final here this morning. This will be spectacular. Dmitry Matveev, who finished runner-up to JT in the WSK Final Cup, starts on pole position alongside Martin Molnar. Plenty of new drivers and team changes over the winter break, the Christmas break, as we go through the grid for you. Leon Hedfors from Sweden, notably moving up to the senior category. Emma Felbermeyer, she's been impressive. Xavier Abramidis, the Australian, well, he was racing in the Shemek Racing Enduro on a very warm day in December down in Melbourne to start December, and now he finds himself in the north of Italy. Actually finished third in that race here on a freezing cold day in the pre-final of OK of the Wsk Champions Cup. Matveev starts on pole position, second in the WSK Final Cup to Joseph Turney. Molnar in the energy card out of 2. Keanu Bloom, the Austrian for DPK Racing, out of 3. Then it's Newman Chi and Yafrey, also for the Beyond Racing team of Neil McKernan, alongside Wisniewski. He stays with Forza Racing for 2023. Teresa Babichkova from the W Series. She was stunning yesterday, charging up through the field to finish in second in one of her heats. She starts alongside Giulia Olivieri. Jakub Kamenek, now he's with Gamoto. He starts alongside Jens Struer on the 5th row of the grid. Up to the line. We don't race. We go around one more time, another formation lap. The lights stay red. Jakub Kamenek for Team Gamoto, the Czech, is alongside Jens Struer for the Falcon Racing team. Miguel Costa in the Sauber on the 6th row of the grid, alongside Shailin Shen, also for the Beyond Racing team. Hedfors, Formula K, he stays with the Bottle Green team of Yuri Serafini, but he's now racing in senior alongside Sergio Koch, the Innovate competition entry from Switzerland. Emma Felbermeyer, Xavier Avramidis, the Austrian, starts alongside the Australian. Then it's Ryan Vincent, the American, back with Team Energy. Shota Fuji, Ivan Bodzedamov, Maciej Konik, and Dominic Deek for Toma Motorsport, the Hungarian. On debut, there he is. The 245 Tony Kart on debut in WSK competition. Matveev, the Siberian, alongside the Hungarian on the front row of the grid, leads them up to the line. And this time we race. Superstar from Matveev, he just goes flat. Keanu Bloom into second place, the Austrian for DPK Racing. Superstar, the Cut Republic, goes position 2. Here's Gustav Wisniewski in the background. Keanu Bloom slides under brakes as we see Molnar passed by one of the Beyond Racing cars. Newman Chi slams it down the inside. Nicely done by Newman, who drones in on the opposition. And we're looking for Teresa Babichkova, the Teps Racing team driver. That's the team Teps Racing, as Molnar starting to struggle, or actually is struggling after a poor start. It's fallen back through the field. Keanu Bloom has just been passed for second place. Teresa Babichkova, we look for her in the 233 Teps Racing Tony Kart. No problem for Matveev from pole position, who leads them across the line. There's Bloom back into third place. And Yafrey, the Swiss driver, passes the Austrian halfway through the opening lap of the race. And there is Teresa. She's in position 4. She looks over her shoulder back to Newman Chi. And Martin Molnar, as we say, struggling with the start. And he's actually been passed by Jakub Kamenek, the Czech. And Gustav Wisniewski's right there as well. Good start from Miguel Costa. Goes by Emma Felbermeyer, Truer, Shen, Koch, Hedfors, Fuji, Ryan Vincent, Xavier Avramidis. Welcome to WSK. And the young Australian has been belted off the start, unfortunately. Still got time to recover, though. Head of Konik and Dominic Deek. Keanu Bloom back into position 4. Teresa on the charge. She goes through. She's up into position 3. The Formula 1 World Championship W Series supporting race. She is a talent. She is the T in Teps Racing, one of the 4 Babichkova siblings. Teresa, Elishka, Petra, and Stenek. And she's gone through on the Austrian, who made a great start. Keanu Bloom, though, back to position 4. Teresa is quick. There is the Tony Kart, powered by the TM engine. 233 comes down the hill. Molnar starting to recover. Did not make a good start at all, did the Hungarian from the outside of the front row of the grid. But we know that the energy kart is quick, particularly in the infield, as the LeConte tyres start to come on. There is Molnar. in the background of the DPK Racing Kart Republic of Keanu Bloom, the Austrian. It is the Siberian who leads though, Molnar. Here he comes. He's got the fastest lap of the race in this early stage of 47.940 ahead of Chi, Wisniewski, Kamenek. They go down the back straight. Watch Wisniewski for Forza Racing, too far back to make a move. Kamenek, Emma Felbermeyer. There is Costa going through ahead of Olivieri. Truer. Good start from Leon Headforce, starting to find his way in the OK senior category. Leon is ahead of Fuji, then it's Konik, Shen, Ryan Vincent. Deke now goes past Avramidis, Botenomov, and Sergio Koch. The final runner for Innovate competition is the Swiss driver. The second Swiss driver is Enya Frey, who is about to come across the line in second place, but under attack from Teresa. Lowers the blind on the radiator, feeding very cold air into that TM engine. Right over the bumps, there is Molnar. He's quick in the middle part of the circuit. Won the Winter Cup here 7 days ago on a freezing cold wet track, which was coated in ice. Fortunately, the sun is shining. We're up to 7 degrees Celsius, although I think that temperature gauge is missing a minus sign in front of it. It is damn freezing here on the final weekend of January in the north of Italy, but the track is dry and the action, forgive the cliche, is white hot. Here comes Molnar, the Hungarian from grid 2 back to 6th, and he's now on the back of Keanu Bloom, who was briefly up into second place. Enya Frey for Neil McKernan's Beyond Racing team in P2, but Teresa's quick. The gap between Matveev and Enya Frey is 0.62 of a second. Another fastest lap for Molnar, a 47.227. He's 0.2 of a second faster than Matveev. The energy is coming on strong, powered by the TM engine. The IAMI-powered Kart Republic of Keanu Bloom. In P4, the TM-powered Tony Kart of Teresa. And then Enya Frey for the Beyond Racing team. IAMI-powered on the Kart Republic, and that's the same combination which leads Dimitri, the former WSK champion. Won the Supermaster Series in Mini a couple of years ago as Molnar dives down the inside and the Hungarian takes the Austrian. Can he get by Teresa? She needs to make a move on Enya Frey quickly, but the Beyond Racing Kart Republic's working well. The Tony Kart in position 3. The energy in 4. Look at Matthew down through turn 1. Absolutely immaculate is the Siberian. The gap is 0.7 of a second. Keeps it straight under brakes into the pit hairpin. Keanu Bloom sits there in position 5, but he's losing time to the energy kart, which is quick, particularly through this part of the section. I should say, of the circuit, down the hill, through the chicane, closes up on the back of the Tony Kart. Watch him get the run on the exit of Babichkova. Into the final hairpin, he's too far back to make a move. The Tony Kart's working well, gets up onto 3 wheels, but Molnar just drives down the inside, and the Hungarian goes by the Czech. He's up into position 3. There's an opportunity for Keanu Bloom to stay with us. Matveev goes across the line. Molnar, despite making the move on Babichkova, has done a 47.190. He's done the fastest lap of the race while passing the Tony Kart for position 3. The energy is flying. Wisniewski has got by Newman Chi. The pole is now up into P6. There is Molnar 202, the Winter Cup champion from a week ago. In the energy kart, it is, I was going to say it's slightly warmer. As Keanu Bloom goes down the inside of Babichkova, and the Austrian puts Teresa. Keanu does. Back into position 5. I was going to say it is warmer than it was a week ago, but that is a relative term. It is still damn cold here at Lonato. 320 drivers from 51 nations. Would you believe it's the Siberian? He's used to the cold temperatures, and he's leading here. Dmitry Matveev. It's positively summertime for Dmitry. He's got 0.8 of a second over Enya Frey, who's doing a fine job in P2. The Kart Republics in first and second, but Molnar's quick. 202. There is Wisniewski going down ahead of Chi. Emma Felbermeyer is ahead of Jakub Kamenek. Truer, Olivieri, Konik, Costa has dropped back to 12. Head of Leon Headforce, Ryan Vincent, the American. Home circuit of Cal Speed in California. Back with us for 2023 ahead of Fuji Koch, The Swiss driver for Innovate Competition, Bogdanov, Teague, Shen, and unfortunately Xavier Avramidis. It's been a tough introduction for the young Australian. He is the sole retirement from pre-final A. Fastest middle sector for Dimitri Matveev. The gap is 1.2 seconds back to Molnar, who's gone through now on Enya Frey into second place. The KRs first, second, and fourth. There's the Tony Carter, Teresa Babichkova in P5, but it is Molnar who is charging. Another purple sector for the Hungarian. Fastest driver on the circuit of 47.018, a tenth of a second faster than Dimitri Matveev, who is controlling the pace. The gap last time was 1.2 seconds. It's down to 1.1. Takes a tenth out of him as Enya Frey rides over the ripple strip. The Beyond Racing team. Miami powered Kart Republic. The blue and orange machine. There is Teresa going through. Gustav is just ahead of Newman Chi, Emma Felbermeyer, Jakob Kamenek, and Maciej Konik. Great drive from Konik. Let's give Maciej some credit. The Slovakian from the back of the grid in the 239 Croc promotion cart. Coming down the hill on the back of Emma Felbermeyer. There he goes through. Konik has made up 10 positions in 10 laps. Olivieri just ahead of Costa. So 6 laps now remaining. 47.010 for Martin Molnar. The gap is 1.2 seconds. Matveev is just controlling the pace. Runner-up to Joseph Turney in the WSK Final Cup to finish 2022. Anatoly Kavalkin finished in third at the end of last season. Last year, this race was won by Denny Caronini, who was racing in the X30 category here this weekend. A year prior, it was Rafael Camara who raced to third in the Italian F4 Championship, presented by WSK Promotion with the Prema Power team. In 2022, Rafa, the now Ferrari Junior, winning in 2021. That was at Adria Raceway off memory. By the way, no news yet. Taylor Barnard won the race in 2019 and 2020, and it was Nicholas Nielsen, the Dane, who is racing in the Daytona 24-hour race and has been confirmed as a Ferrari hypercar driver for the 2023 World Endurance Championship. Nitro, Nicholas won in 2018 aboard a Vortex-powered Tony Kart. Pedro Hilbrand also with the same green team in 2017. Logan Sargent, who makes his debut for the Williams Formula One team in the FIA Formula One World Championship this year. Logan Sargent won this race in 2016 at Adria. 15 of the current 20 Formula One drivers on the grid for the 2023 have come from the world of WSK World Racing. Carol Bash taking the title in 2014 as well. The history of the WSK Champions Cup, which dates back to 2014. The 10th edition of this famous race. As Molnar, another fastest lap, but the pre-final is being dominated by the driver on your screen, the Siberian from pole position in a 2.40. It is Dimitri Matveev now with 3 laps remaining. Good drive from Enya Frey. It seems like just yesterday he was racing in the 60 mini category. Now runs P3 in OK. There's Gustav Wisniewski, head of Newman Chi, as Kamenek dives down the inside and the Czech picks up the Austrian. Emma Felbermeyer falls back to P9. Jakob Kamenek, the Czech, now up in a P8 from grid 20, if you don't mind. Matveev with 2 laps now remaining. To take victory in pre-final A for OK in the WSK Champions Cup for 2023. The gap 1.3 seconds now. Fastest driver on the circuit consistently, Martin Molnar, with a 47.010 018, a 46.999, but Matveev says, okay, that's enough. This is mine, a 46.901. He goes purple on the penultimate lap of the race. Matveev blows the gap out to 1.3 seconds. He'll get the last lap board this time round. The Kart Republic driver on his way to victory, and most likely a pole position start for the WSK Champions Cup right here at Lonato later this afternoon. 1 kilometre to the checkered flag for Dmitry Matveev. Molnar, Frey, Bloom, Babichkova, Wisniewski has got by Newmanchi up into 6th, and it's Kamenik from the back of the grid. Felbermeyer, Olivieri, Costa now moves up into 11 ahead of Trua. Down through the chicane for the final time. There's Molnar in P2. He'll be a contender this afternoon, as will's Enya Frey and Keanu Bloom. Dmitry Matveev started from pole position. He's got one corner. He brakes, turns, accelerates. That checkered flag does wave. Matveev wins the pre-final and almost certainly will start from pole position for the final later this afternoon. Bad luck for Maciej Konik after charging up from the back of the grid to be in position 8. Has retired on the last lap of the race along with Leon Hetfors and Xavier Avramidis, the other driver who has retired. Matveev wins it. 1.5 seconds that was the distance in the end. Molnar P2, Enya Frey home in position 3 ahead of Keanu Bloom. Teresa Babichkova P5 ahead of Wisniewski, Newmanchi, Kamenik, Felbermeyer and Giulio Olivieri. The first Italian home in position 10. Stay with us on WSK.IT and Motorsport TV as well. Pre-final B for OK live from Lonato in just a moment. Back here at Lonato for the final pre-final of the morning. David Walter to start on pole position alongside Thomas Dolcemanas, Olivieri, Sata, Miroslav Mikes, who's been so impressive in the MS kart all week. Stroescu, Giambuzza, Joel Bergstrom, first time out for DPK Racing, Bogunovic, Vasilios Mikalidis, the grid driver for Forza Racing out of 10. Maximilian Kahn, William Go, Filippo Fiorentino, Weigelhaus, Popov, Dupe, Kuklin, Ronnie Stefani, the new CRG driver, Yamaoka, and Salzman just ahead of Conrad Lavol, the Dane, out of grid 21. David Walter has been knocking on the door of a big win. He's never been out of the top 3 out of recent memory for the last, 12, 18 months or so. So quick. There he is, Bukowski Motorsport. 208. Tony Kart Racer 401 RR. powered by the Vortex, on pole position alongside Thomas Stoltemanis, WSK Open Cup champion in the Energy Kart 201. Our final pre-final of the WSK Champions Cup. Walter leads them up to the line. We race. Good start by Marcus Sata. There is the Norwegian on the infield. Goes through into position 2 as we lose 2, 3, 4 karts into the first corner. No problem for Walter, who leads from Stoltemanis. Carnage further back at the exit of turn 2. Sata has taken advantage. He's gone up into 3rd place. Olivieri coming together with Miroslav Mikes and Dino Struescu. Fiorentino, the Brazilian, also involved in that running wide. We believe the CRG driver has been able to rejoin, but a long way down the field. What a disappointment for Miroslav Mikes in the MS kart. As we look at Walter under pressure now from Stoltemanis. The Tony kart versus the Energy kart. There is Marcus in position 3 for Ward Racing. The Norwegian trying to go up into 2nd place. As they come across the line, the yellow flag is flying. No one will be passing into that part of the circuit as the track is now cleared and we race back green. Walter, the Great Dane, under pressure from Thomas, the Latvian. There is Marcus in position 3. Guillaume Butza dives down the inside, the Luxembourgish driver in the 2nd Koski Motorsport kart. What a move from Guillaume to go up into position 3. Alexander Bogunovic follows him through. That is Joel Bergström. Here comes the Swede for the Spanish DPK racing team. Has struggled all week, got it together with a strong run in his final heat, and boys, heat quick here this afternoon. William Go makes his move on Maximilian Popov in another Koski Motorsport kart, which also runs in 1st and 3rd place. Sata back down the inside, retakes the place away from Bogunovic. Bergström right there as well, so it is Walter from Stoltemanis. Butza, Sata, Bogunovic, Bergström, William Go now. Going through is the Filipino. Came from the 6th row of the grid, 203 in the 2nd Energy kart, the first of which is 201, running in position 2. Walter trying to build some distance. There is Marcus Sata going through. The talented young Norwegian. We go back to 2015 when his countryman Dennis Hauger, who lines up for his 2nd season in the FIA Formula 2 Championship. This year with MP Motorsport, Dennis, also from Norway. He won this race in 2015. Marcus trying to write his name into history as well. The Norwegian for the Swedish Ward Racing team in the 206 Tony kart across the line in position 4 ahead of the Slovenian Bogunovic. The Filipino William Go in the 2nd Energy kart. There are 2 karts from Bergamo inside the top 6. Thomas looks over his shoulder back to Butza. Wow, does he look quick. Guillaume Butza, the 2nd entry from Koski Motorsport. Trying to go 1-2. The TM-powered Energy, it's quick in the middle part of the circuit. The Koski Motorsport Tony kart, it's quick everywhere. Guillaume Butza, here's an opportunity into the hairpin. Too far back. Maximilian Popov does the fastest middle sector as his teammates now go 1-2. Butza dives down the inside. And Jan Koski's motorsport team using Vortex powered engines, tuned by One Engines. They now go 1-2, and their teammate Popov in P7 has done purple sectors in every part of the track. There is the boy from Sochi in the background, trying to take it. Indeed, now does go by the Filipino William Go. Koski Motorsport, they've got 3 karts inside the top 6. There's the energy of Stoltemanis. Marcus Sata still superb, fighting with the Slovenian Alexander Bogunovic for DPK Racing in the Miami Powered Kart Republic. Off the start, we lost Filippo Fiorentino. We lost the Czech Miroslav Mikes, who was so impressive in the MS kart, the Czech driver. And Olivieri also was out at the very first corner. Ronnie Stefani also involved in that incident, but was able to keep on going. He's now the top CRG after the retirement of his Brazilian teammate. Fiorentino in 222 retires. 221 is Ronnie Stefani, new recruit for the CRG racing team, running just outside the top 10 behind the two Germans, Finn Weibelhaus and Philip Salzman. Head of Michaelidis, Dupé, Kuklane, Yamamoto, Conrad Laval and Dino Struescu. Our final pre-final of the morning for OK. Approaching half race distance, the Koski Motorsport karts. There's 0.8 of a second between them. That's Marcus Sata, head of Alexander Bogunovic. Maximilian Popov, the third Koski Motorsport Vortex powered Tony kart, inside the top 6. Stoltemanis, WSK Open Cup champion, 2022 in position 3. Nothing between Butsar from Luxembourg and Stoltemanis from Latvia in this part of the circuit. Here's Joel Bergstrom in the background on the podium in the WSK Open Cup in 2022. The Swedish driver living here in Italy, not too far from this, the Desenzano circuit. Now racing with the Swedish DPK racing team in the Kart Republic. Joel Bergstrom from Pieterinsferie comes down the hill in P8 behind William Go, the second energy kart, head of Maximilian Kahan. He's now the top Czech after the retirement of his countryman Miroslav Mikes. We've also lost Dinos Struescu. The Romanian is also out. Fastest lap of the race now, 47.008 for Maximilian Popov, 3 Koski Motorsport. 1 engines tuned, Vortex powered Tony karts inside the top 5. What a performance for Jan Koski's team. David Walter, the Great Dane, position 1. Back to Butsar, who's still being hounded by Stoltemanis. And Popov now up into P5. So the Tony karts are in fact 1st, 2nd, 4th and 5th. Only split by the energy kart of Thomas Stoltemanis. Great performance from young Marcus Sata in the background. The Norwegian in P4 after that great start took advantage of the incident which eliminated Olivieri, Mikes and Fiorentino running in P4. He's got the speed. In fact, Marcus Sata has just done a purple sector of 47.013, so virtually identical times. Mark Fiev in the previous pre-final actually went into the 46s with a 46.9. So we'll see if any of the drivers on your screen in our final pre-final of the morning can break under the 47-second bracket. Stoltemanis down the inside, and the Latvian goes back to position 2. Nicely done by Thomas, back into 2nd place. The Koski Motorsport Tony karts now 1st, 3rd and 5th. Marcus Sata saw that happen. He's not too far back as well. Tries to take advantage and get by Buxar from Luxembourg if he can. The Norwegian for Ward Racing closing in on the back of Guillaume, who was running in P2. There's David Walter, just richens up the mixture. The 125cc engine revving to 16,000 RPM. The kart's still gripped up on a very cold, gripless track here at Lonato. Despite the rubber line, it is still reasonably slippery compared to what we'll have later on in the 2023 season. The 18th season of WSK promotion. 14 events on the calendar, starting right here with the WSK Champions Cup. And of course, the 10th edition of the Italian F4 Championship, presented by WSK Promotion as Popov up the inside now, and takes P4 away from Sata. Nice move from Maximilian. The son of a Top Gun, his father, Mr. Alex, watching on live from Sochi. And the Koski Motorsport cars, 1st, 3rd and 4th. Sata back to P5. There's Bogunovic, William Go. Joel Bergstrom still in P8. Head of Kahan and Stefani. Bravo, Ronnie Stefani. In position 10 from grid 18, ahead of Michaelidis. Weibelhaus, Saltzman, Dupé, Hoeklane, Yamaoka. And Conrad Laval, the Dane, the final runner. Thomas Stoltemanis with a 46.9, so he has gone under the 47-second bracket. A 46.924, the gap 9/10 of a second. Unlikely to catch David Walter, who has commanded this race. Just looks over to his mechanic into the grandstand, to the right of your screen, to his left. There's William Go going through. New team for the Filipino, racing with Energy Course for 2023. Pagunovic behind Sata. Marcus is in trouble here. The Slovenian might make a move on the Norwegian. The DPK Racing Card Republic on the back of the Ward Racing Tony Card into the final hairpin on this lap 13 of 17. Popov has now caught his teammate Giambutsa. Popov consistently quick, and indeed Sata has been passed. William Go has been caught as well. Three laps remaining at the end of this one, a 46.864 for Thomas Stolchamanis. Still the fastest driver on the circuit. He's looking good for the final this afternoon. That was Ronnie Stefani in the CRG coming down the hill behind Maximilian Kahan. Good performance from Maximilian as well. The Luka Motorsport entry from the Czech Republic with now 3 laps remaining. A 46.8 now for Stolchamanis. He is absolutely flying. He's got the gap down to 4/10 of a second. So Walter, the Great Dane, after commanding this race, he may be in trouble here as well. The Koski Motorsport cars, first, third and fourth, but Stolchamanis has come from the clouds. The WSK Open Cup champion has come from a mile back, well, not literally, probably around about 100 metres or so. He's got the gap down to 4/10 of a second. A 46.8 last time versus 47 dead for David Walter. Butza and Popov. Now it's Popov and Butza. The Russian goes by the Luxembourgish driver, Gian Butza, after that great start back into position 4. Pagunovic 5. William Go was also gone by Marcus Sata. The Norwegian now leads the Swede, the 2 Scandinavians ahead of Kahan, and Ronnie Stefani, the top Italian in the CRG, rounds out the 10. I can tell you Philip Salzman is the fastest in a straight line here at Lonato. The German behind his countryman Finn Wabelhaus in position 13, as Walter now puts in his best lap of the race. The gap still 4/10 of a second on this, the penultimate lap. Bergstrom going through. Surely he won't lose it from here. Stolchamanis is so quick, particularly through the infield, but he's only got 1.2 kilometres to make the pass to win our final pre-final of the morning here at Lonato. Across the line, the gap stays at 4/10 of a second. David has got this under control. Walter should win this. Stolchamanis looks over his shoulder. Look at the Koski Motorsport cards. First, third and fourth. What a performance. The same can be said for Pagunovic. The Slovenian will bring it home in P5. Head of William Go. The Filipino in the second energy cart. Down through the chicane for the final time. Stolchamanis runs wide. He's desperately trying to catch the Danish driver, but he's too far back. It's slight, I won't call it an error. Let's just say he went in very deep. It was spectacular. Loses a 10th and any possibility of taking the win, which now goes to David Walter, who wins our final pre-final of the morning. Stolchamanis 2, Popov 3, Butza 4, Koski Motorsport first, third and fourth. So David Walter wins the pre-final, 4/10 of a second was the advantage in the end. Stolchamanis 2, Popov 3, Butza 4, Pagunovic, Go, Sata, Bergstrom, Kahan and Ronnie Stefani rounds out the 10. That's our final pre-final. Stay with us on WSK.IT. The X30 Junior Final in just a moment. back here at Lonato for the first of our finals here this afternoon. The X30 category joins us for the first time since the WSK Night Edition at Adria in 2016. Great to have the IAMI-powered category back with us. The junior final in just a moment. Riccardo Ferrari will start from pole position. But first, let's check out some of the highlights this week in X30 Junior here at Lonato. Fabulous to have the X30 category back with us for this, the Wsk Champions Cup, the first event of 2023. The karts are on the grid and they'll come out for their final in just a moment. We'll take a look at the grid for you. I can tell you though that Riccardo Ferrari will start from pole position for Wsk Motorsport in the Tony kart. Sacha van Bosch, the Dutch driver for the Victory Lane team, to start out of grid 2. A full field here, 30 karts on the grid for X30 Junior, who will also join us for the WSK Open Series later on in the year, when hopefully the temperature is a few degrees warmer than it is here at Lonato. It's actually saying 4 degrees on your screen. Apparently, I've got another graphic saying 7 degrees. I don't believe either of those pieces of information. It is damn freezing here at the WSK Champions Cup, but thankfully the sun is shining, the track is dry, and we are ready to race the first of our 7 finals here this afternoon, starting with the X30 Junior category. Ferrari to start on pole position in the Tony kart for Wsk Motorsport, Sacha van Bosch. For the Victory Lane team of Nicholas Martins, brother of Victor Martins, the reigning FIA Formula 3 champion, who also won, you may remember, the Race in the Desert, the 2016 OK Junior World Championship. The VDK Racing Victory Lane here with 9 drivers this weekend. And Sacha van Bosch, the reigning BNL and Dutch champion, will start out of grid 2. Lorenzo Campos, the driver from Luanda in Angola in the southwest of Africa, to start on the second row of the grid. He made a stunning start to lead much of the pre-final this morning. The African driver, 14 driver, to start alongside Rocco Coronel, also for Victory Lane. The WSK Champions Cup dates back to 2014 when it was first raced. This is the 10th edition of this event, and it's the first time that the X30 category joins us. Great to have the support of IAMI powering this single mate category. Many of the drivers that you're about to see raced with us in 2022 and 21 for that matter in the 60 Mini category, now racing in X30 Junior, including Riccardo Ferrari, Sacha van Bosch, and Lorenzo Campos. They've all raced with us in 60 Mini and WSK competition. Rocco Coronel, well, he makes his debut in WSK racing. RC, the second Dutchman inside the top 4, starts on grid 4, 709. Second generation racer. The son of one-time Arrows Formula 1 test driver Tom Coronel, Mr. Showman, now racing in, I was going to say the World TCR. Well, he was last year. Still racing in TCR. Actually, he's racing in absolutely everything these days. He's Tom. His boy, Rocco, to start out of grid 4. Christian Romeo behind, and Fabio Reale. There are the karts on your screen. Sacha, with the golden helmet, steps into the 706 Victory Lane Red Speed kart. and we're ready to race the final here this afternoon at Lonato. Great to have you with us for the first event of 2023, the WSK Champions Cup, right here at, you know it, the centre of the karting universe, South Garda Karting, Lonato. The breeze, as you can see, has just picked up a little bit as the karts fire into life. And we'll take a look at the grid for you. Riccardo Ferrari starts on pole position with Sasha second on the grid. Lorenzo Campos, the team driver, out of 3 alongside Rocco Coronel. Then we go to the 2 Italians, Romeo and Reale. Clovis Nugaride is out of grid 7 alongside Tiziano Cushnini. Hugo Martiniello and Paolo Tizzano out of 10. Alberto Fulgori, the fastest qualifier, starts on the 6th row of the grid alongside Angelo Di Ortenzio. Oscar Repetto, the New Zealander from Monte Carlo, alongside Filippo Pancotti, Giulio Miranda, Esposito, Zach Taylor, Santese, Blancheman, and the Belgian from Dubai, that's Arthur Dodonka, Gudione, Kukotza, Hattemeier, Castellini, Van Vordenveld, Moritz Weber, Ilya Weiss, Veronica Ciocca, Nefeli Cosmopoulos for the Cosmo Rally Kart Academy in the 715 Energy Kart, and Colin Meissner in the DR Kart 721 on the final row of the grid. Here is Nefeli going through in the 715. The Energy Kart, the Cosmo Rally Kart Academy team from Greece, the other side of the Adriatic Sea, back with us for the 2023 WSK season. Zanchi Motorsport, Riccardo Ferrari on pole position. Sasha second on the grid. Great to have your company right here in the north of Italy. The final weekend, the 29th day of January 2023 for the WSK Champions Cup. Ferrari leads the field up to the line, the X30 Junior Final. And no chance of a start. Ferrari was ready, but our race director, Mr. Alessandro Ferrari, he was not. Actually, that's not correct. He was ready, but the field weren't. No chance of a start that time. They were scattered everywhere coming down the start-finish straight. So we go round one more time. There is Riccardo Ferrari on pole position. Our race director, Alessandro Ferrari, watching on the X30 Junior Final here at Lonato. Colin Meissner going through in the 721 DR Kart, just behind Veronica and Ilya. Noel van Vordenveld for the Falcon Racing Team's 723, and Moritz Weber, the German, on the 10th row of the grid. Oscar Repetto, 720, alongside Filippo Pancotti, who has been on the podium in the past in 60 Mini. Here's Nefeli, 715, the Energy Kart from Greece, out of grid 30. Ferrari leads the field around to the start-finish line. Our race director, Alessandro Ferrari, watches on. This time we race. Ferrari has missed the start from pole position. Sasha Van Padbosch says, "Here I come, boys." And he goes through. What a start from Coronel. The Victory Lane karts go through in first and second place, but it's Fabio Reale who tries to split them, as does Christian Romeo. Ferrari has made a disastrous start from pole position. The kart just did not go. He's been so quick all weekend. He's got the kart to do it, but he's back in the pack. He's split by the Victory Lane karts. Coronel, after that great start, has now fallen back to 6 behind the pole sitter. Fabio Reale goes through in the 726 Falcon Racing kart. Good start from Moritz Weber, further back in the pack. The German in the DR kart has already made up 6 places. Sasha van Padbosch is under investigation as the field come across the line for the first time. This may be disastrous for the Dutchman who leads it from the African Lorenzo Campos. Romeo in position 3. And it's Ferrari, the pole sitter from Coronel, Clovis Nugarida, Fabio Reale, Fulgori. Good start for him. Alberto, the fastest qualifier. There's Reale going through, ahead of Hugo Martinello, Tiziano Cusnini, Paolo Tizzano, Oscar Repetto, and Giulio Miranda. So down through the chicane, Lorenzo Campos, the African. Can he become the first ever driver from Angola to win in WSK competition? Sasha van Padbosch is the race leader, but he's under investigation. Well, Ferrari from pole position did miss the start, which is unusual here at Lonato in any race, in any category. Riccardo Ferrari has recovered. He's into 3rd place. Stand by for this piece of news, ladies and gentlemen. The race leader, Sasha van Padbosch, has been given a 5-second penalty. Lorenzo Campos has got the race lead. He did not need to pass Sasha van Padbosch to be officially declared in position 1, but he drives down the inside anyway. Lorenzo Campos is the race leader. Sasha has been given a 5-second penalty. The Dutchman back into position 10. What a disaster for the BNL champion, the Dutch champion, as Ferrari in the background goes up the inside to try and make a move on Romeo. The 2 Italians trade positions. And the driver from Luanda in Angola, in the southwest of Africa, leads the final of the WSK Champions Cup in X30 Junior. Fastest driver on the circuit is Tiziano Cusnini at the moment. 6th on the road, 5th in the race. Sasha with a 5-second penalty. He is back into position 9. It is not impossible for him to make the podium, but it will have to be one almighty drive. And first of all, he'll have to get by Lorenzo Campos. Sasha looks over the shoulder. Back to the pole sitter, Ferrari. Moved down the inside from Cusnini, going through on Clovis Nugarida. The Frenchman, ahead of the Swiss driver. The African leads. Sasha in 2nd place. We'll see where the 5-second penalty puts him. He's been caught by the pole sitter, Riccardo Ferrari. Cusnini goes by. Ahead of Fabio Reale. Rocco Coronel after that great start. He's now 7th. After being shuffled back at the 4th corner. Ferrari is coming on strong. Sasha's got a real problem here because the pole sitter just dives down the inside. And the Italian goes past the Dutch driver, who is now still 9th with the 5-second penalty. Cusnini, the fastest driver on the circuit, with a 50.477. So Campos leads. Ferrari is catching him. Lorenzo Campos in the top 10, top 5 for most of the heats for that matter. Also with a stunning drive in the pre-final this morning. And he leads the X30 Junior final, but he has been really hounded by the Zanchi Motorsport Tony Kart of the pole sitter Riccardo Ferrari, who missed the start badly. They go down through turn 1 and 2. The Tony Kart working superbly up onto 3 wheels. Lorenzo Campos is also driving a Tony Kart for team driver. The X30 Junior final, Ferrari drives down the inside. Campos tries to go with him, but he can't. There is Cusnini in the background. You have to disregard Sasha van Padbosch for the moment. A 5-second penalty puts him down in 9th place. Almost certainly he can't win it from here, and he's now been passed as well. Cusnini drives down the inside. He's now 3rd on the road. Riccardo Ferrari from Italy. Lorenzo Campos, team driver in 2nd place. And his Swiss teammate behind him, his Swiss teammate ahead of him. Nicely done by Tiziano. There's Sasha going through. Clovis Nugarida for victory lane. Romeo, Rocco Coronel still in position 7. On debut in WSK competition. May get a glimpse of him. There he is. The Dutch flag painted on his very patriotic orange helmet. P7 on debut in WSK competition for RC Rocco Coronel for the victory lane team. Hugo Martinello is a place behind them. Sasha van Padbosch is now officially classified 9th. This is lap 7 of 17. Fulgori up into P10 ahead of Repetto, Pancotti, Tizzano, Giulio Miranda, D'Ortenzio, Santese, Curione, Castellini, Zach Taylor, the Canadian, in position 19. As they come across the line, this is not over yet. Kushnini is absolutely flying despite making that move to go through on Riccardo Ferrari. He's actually made the fastest lap of the race as well. A 49.906 despite passing the Zunky Motorsport Tony Kart. In fact, Tony Kart's running 1, 2 and 3. Team driver first and third. Zunky Motorsport in second place. Can Ferrari fight back? He's been so quick all week. Started this on pole position. There's Clovis Mulgeraida, the top French driver for Victory Lane. The gap just 2 kart lengths. We'll check it officially. Last time round, it was 0.078 of a second. Out to 2/10. It's looking good for Tiziano from Switzerland. The Italian in second. And the driver from Luanda in Angola, in the southwest of Africa. The nation which had dreams of hosting a round at the FIA Formula One World Championship in the early 1970s. They built an Indianapolis replica circuit which still exists. It was inaugurated by the great Emerson Fittipaldi in the early 1970s before Civil War broke out. Lorenzo Campos up here in the north of Italy for the Italian team by team driver, just passed a few moments ago by Clovis, the Victory Lane driver, up into position 3 now. So Campos falls off the podium. Can he fight back? Can he follow the Victory Lane red speed kart and make a move in the second half of this X30 Junior Final, the WSK Champions Cup, which we're into now? It is Kushnini, Ferrari, Campos, Mulgeraida, Fabio Reale, Romeo, Coronel still in P7. And Sacha Van Pabosch with that penalty, position 8, but he's fallen off the podium anyhow. Tiziano, what a superb performance. 7:01. Team driver of David De Lucchi, the Northern Italian team. Down through the chicane. Good performance from Fabio Reale, also in the Falcon racing kart, started on the 3rd row of the grid. Reale in position 5 behind Clovis Mulgeraida. That's Romeo in the Tony Kart just behind. And there is the bright orange helmet of the fiercely Dutch Rocco Coronel. So Kushnini, Ferrari, Campos has got position 3 back. Team driver first and third. Not to be confused with Sacha Van Pabosch, third on the road, but the 5-second penalty puts the second Dutch driver into position 8 ahead of Fulgori. Good drive from him. Fastest qualifier. Was excluded for a technical infringement, appealed that on a technicality, but it looks as though it'll come to naught anyway. Had to fight his way back through the heats as we concentrate on this battle for the lead. So Campos going through in position 3, 4th on the road. What a disappointment for Sacha, the B&L, the Dutch champion from 2022. As Ferrari still has to follow the Swiss driver down through turn 3 and 4. But he looks good in the Zunky Motorsport Tony Kart. Into the pit hairpin with 5 laps to go. Almost pushes Tiziano. There's Reale in the background as Romeo has just been passed by Coronel. Nicely done by RC. Moves up a position now. Rocco Coronel, can he drag himself up onto the podium? It's a fair distance, but now he's got fresh air between himself and his teammate Clovis Mulgeraida. Goes past Romeo. Riccardo Ferrari with the fastest middle sector of the race. He's just sitting, waiting for his opportunity. 5 laps remaining. The X30 Junior Final, the WSK Champions Cup here at Lonato. It is Switzerland 1, Italy 2, and Angola in position 3. Down through turn 3 and 4, Ferrari is surely just waiting. Tiziano is doing all the hard work. Fastest lap of the race now for Rocco Coronel. A 49.815. He is 0.2 of a second faster than the leaders. Can the Dutchman drag himself up onto the podium? His teammate with that 5-second penalty is ahead, but he's officially 8th in the race. 4 laps remaining at the end of this one. Plenty of time as Ferrari locks up under brakes into the far hairpin. Four laps, 5 kilometres now remaining. There's Coronel, the fastest driver on circuit. A 49.800. Coronel goes faster yet again. On debut in WSK competition. Can he get himself onto the podium? If something happens between Ferrari and Cuzzini, he may well do it. It's not over yet. 3.5 laps remaining. And Ricciardo is just waiting for his opportunity down through the chicane. Disregards Sasha in position 3. Unfortunate for the Dutchman with that 5-second penalty. Started out at grid 2, led into the first corner. Ferrari from pole position was 4th after 2 corners. He's now 2nd with 3 laps remaining. The gap, 0.1 of a second. Here's the opportunity. He has to make a move soon. Lorenzo Campos still in the background in position 3 as Ferrari dives down the inside, and the Zanchi Motorsport driver had to do it the hard way, but he's retaken the lead. Can Tiziano respond? Has he made his move too early? That's the other question. He needs to put his head down. This is Ricciardo Ferrari I speak of, and drive away. If Tiziano responds in the next 3 corners, it'll be on, and Campos may catch the both of them. Good sector, good middle sector from Ferrari in that part of the track. Tiziano too far back to make a move. 2 laps now remaining. The X30 Junior Final, the WSK Champions Cup here at Lonato. The gap is 0.2 of a second. Tiziano closes up down through turn 1 and 2. Sasha in the background, he's out of it. Still down in 8th place. Fastest driver on the teammate is his countryman, is his teammate, Rocco Coronel, trying to get up onto the podium. RC in position 4, Lorenzo from Angola in the southwest of Africa on the podium at the moment. Ferrari has not been able to pull away. This is the second to last lap. Campos still in P3, too far back unless these two come together. Tiziano down the inside. Ferrari gets him on the exit. Oh, it's not over yet. Ferrari looks over his left shoulder. This is the last lap of the race. The first WSK final for 2023. 1.2 kilometres to race. Campos desperately trying to catch them. There's Sasha van Padbosch. Position 3 on the road, but a 5-second penalty means he's out of it. Ferrari goes defensive. Not much Sasha can do about it, but he's got nothing to lose at the same time as well. Stand by, half a lap from the X30 Junior Final. Ferrari leads it. Goes defensive down into the chicane as Tiziano now has to worry about Sasha. He may not know that Van Padbosch has got a penalty. Ferrari goes defensive, 2 corners remaining, watching White line it. The Zanchi Motorsport Tony Kart runs wide. Again stays at the right side of the track. Tiziano turns in there side by side as they come up to the line. That checkered flag waves. Ferrari takes the win. Cuzzini second, and Lorenzo Campos is on the podium. We believe the first ever driver from Angola to stand on a WSK podium. Coronel misses the podium by a single position. Takes home fastest lap of the race by almost 0.2 of a second. Clovis, his teammate P5, and Sasha with that penalty finishes in 5th place. Riccardo Ferrari started from pole position. Zanchi Motorsport takes the victory here at Lonato. We'll bring you the podium presentation in just a moment as the drivers make their way up from Parc Fermé. Riccardo Ferrari has won the WSK Champions Cup X30 Junior Final here at South Garda Karting. Great performance from Tiziano Cuzzini. Let's not forget he started back 8th on the grid to finish in P2. 14 driver, and they also come home 3rd with Lorenzo Campos. Coronel superb for P4 from Clovis Nuggerida. Sasha van Padbosch, heartbreak for the Dutchman. Romeo Reale, Fulgore and Hugo Martinello rounds out the 10.
Podium for the first of our 7 finals here this afternoon. It was a brilliant race to get us underway here in the winter sunshine at South Garda Karting. Lonato, Zanki Motorsport take the victory, and the 2 drivers from Team Driver, 2nd and 3rd on the podium here at Lonato. The X30 Junior Final for the Wsk Champions Cup. In 3rd place for Team Driver from Angola in Africa, Lorenzo Campos. In 2nd place from Switzerland for Team Driver, Tiziano Cusnini.
The winner of the WSK Champions Cup for X30 Junior, the Italian for Zanchi Motorsport, Riccardo Ferrari. The third place trophy to Lorenzo Campos from Angola. Second place, Tiziano Cuccinini from Switzerland. Il vincitore, the winner of the WSK Champions Cup, the Italian, Riccardo Ferrari. The national anthem of Italia. We just have something of the national anthem. Nevertheless, congratulations to Riccardo Ferrari, the WSK Champions Cup X30 Junior Final. In third place from Angola, Lorenzo Campos. Second place, Tiziano Cuccinini. And the winner, Riccardo Ferrari. Stay with us on wsk.it, the X30 Senior Final in just a moment. Back here at Lonato for the second final of the afternoon, X30 Senior. Brando Pozzi, the Italian, will start on pole position. It has been a brilliant return to WSK World Competition for the X30 category. Before we take a look at the grid for you, let's check out some of the highlights. X30's return this week at the WSK Champions Cup. The sun is shining and we are ready to race. You can see the karts are on the circuit. for this, the 21 lap, 25.2 kilometre final for the WSK Champions Cup, the return of the X30 category here in WSK World Competition, the first time since the WSK Night Edition at Adria Karting Raceway in 2016. Brando Pozzi to the right of your screen, the M2 racing driver, will start out at pole position. He has been spectacular to watch all week. Does not mind a ripple strip, let me tell you. Rides over the curbs at every possibility. To the right of your screen, to the left, is racing royalty, Ellie Goldstein. He is the grandson of the legendary 5-time world champion Francois Goldstein, who won 5 world championships, the last of which was at the Paul Ricard circuit way back in 1975. Reigning European champion, won that title for the Eichmann's Grand Prix team in 2022, now lines up painted fluorescent green for the Tibi Car team. Just a problem for David Locatelli to fire up the Zanchi Motorsport car. Now he's underway as we take a look at the grid for you. Pozzi on pole, Goldstein out of 2. Then it's Pacon Weissenberger for the Victory Lane team alongside Locatelli. Andrea Giudici for Team Mara Sessantuno and Erika Lavazza. Giaccardi, Albanese, the Roman, and then it's Rossi and Christian Comanducci for the Pachito Racing Car team. Schleimer and Luca Gritty Griggs after that stunning pre-final victory this morning. Pirovano, Apicella, Barb, Chiarelli, Martinga also for the Falcon Racing team, and Cananini, who won this race in OK 12 months ago. Petra Babichkova, Arno Malizia. The 11th row of the grid, Louis Esser from Germany and Rafael Parad. Ledalkas from Greece, Volpato, Marco Piccolo, Gelay, Gialdini, Tobias Norman, Lorenzo Bedetti, the second Mara Sessantuno entry. Moretti out of 30. Maximilian Bostrom, second ever year in karting is the Swede for Ward Racing. Baumeier, Kokotza, Cozzolino, Curioni, and Martin Hubler in the 831 Energy Kart. The Swiss driver on the final row of the grid. There is Pozzi, almost like a drifting display on the formation lap to get heat into the MG tyres. The 21 lap final. The winner could come from anywhere on this grid, certainly the top half of it. We saw Griggs come from grid 11 to win the pre-final. There's Martin Hubler in the Energy Kart alongside Francesco Curioni as they come up to the grid. There is Goldstein with the right arm raised. He's not happy with it and likely go round one more time, which we do. Another formation lap. There's Mathis Barbe going through. Look out for the Southern French driver, Ricardo Cirelli, the second Falcon Racing team kart of the Dutchman Kevin Latinga from the Dutch series, also racing in the B&L series, the Falcon Racing team of the 1980 world champion Peter De Bruyne, here in force, as is the Victory Lane team of Nicholas Martins. Weissenberger, the best of the Victory Lane Red Speed karts on the second row of the grid. There's Barb, just ahead of Latinga. Petra Babichkova. That is the P in Teps Racing. She starts on the 10th row of the grid. On pole position is Pozzi. Goldstein in the Tibi kart on the outside of the front row of the grid. The Italian being pushed by Weissenberger as they come up to the line. The WSK Champions Cup. And this time we race. A scattered start. And Goldstein slots into second place. Pozzi is already sideways and he's got the lead as they go down into turn 3. Fabulous start from Weissenberger. Goes through and takes the European champion. Goldstein back into position 3. Goldstein back into position 4. Great start by Locatelli, the Zanchi Motorsport driver, around the outside. The yellow flag flying for contact. Everyone has been able to keep going. A couple of incidents further back in the pack for Barb, also Tobias Norman and Baumeier as well. Pozzi from pole position with a super start leads the opening lap of the race. look for Apicella to come on through. Also the likes of Federico Rossi and the energy cuts as well, being led by Denny Catanini. He is the reigning WSK Champions Cup champion. He won this race right here at Lonato 12 months ago in the OK category. That was driving the Card Republic. He's in an energy course kart. He's made a good start. He's up in a 14th place, just behind Christian Comanducci. As we see in the background, Tobias Norman, unfortunately, the Dane has retired. So the gap between Pazzi and Weissenberger at the moment is 0.4 of a second as we settle into a rhythm. That is Andrea Giudice in position 3, the Italian. Look at them ride the ripple strips. We told you to watch Pazzi down through the old turn 5 chicane. Weissenberger, he was like a WRC car, absolutely sideways in the red speed kart and has lost nothing. In fact, closes up ever so slightly on Brando Pazzi. Goldstein's in trouble. He's back into position 4. In fact, Ellie Goldstein is 2.3 seconds off the race lead. The fortunate thing for him is we've still got 19 laps remaining. The abandoned card of Tobias Norman in the background. The Dane is out. Locatelli up into position 5, ranging up behind Goldstein. Ahead of Schleimer, Rossi, Giacardi, Griggs up to 9. Erika Lavazza into position 10. Great to have Erika Lavazza back in the field with us. She's been super competitive all weekend on her return to WSK competition, Formula racing with the Energy team in 60 Mini. That was back in, what, half a decade ago. She spent last year racing in the Mini Challenge in the Italian Auto Racing Championships. That's some of the most famous car racing circuits in the world here in Italy. And also racing an X30. She's back with us. She's inside the top 10. As Rossi makes a move up into position 5. So the race settles into a rhythm at Federico Rossi with a 48.913. Trying to close the gap on Ellie Goldstein and the TB kart. He's the fastest driver on the circuit. Weissenberger, Pacom is absolutely flying. Rotax champion of France a couple of seasons ago, finished vice champion in 2022 and trying to take the title of WSK Champions Cup champion as he gets up onto 2 wheels. There's Comanducci going through. Has lost a couple of places. Schleimer as well. Griggs is up into 8th ahead of the aforementioned Erika Lavazza. Matteo Giacardi is in position 10. We've got a new race leader, ladies and gentlemen, because you can see Pacom Weissenberger from France has gone through and taken the Italian. Can Pazzi respond? Andrea Giudice superb for the Mara 61 racing team. The team of Sandro Mara, the former international driver, now based at the big kart track at Rozzano on the outskirts of Milan, where the team is based. Fabulous little track it is. And their boy is in position 3. Goldstein in position 4. They go straight over the ripple strip. Track limits? No chance here at Lonato. These X30 karts are loving the concrete curbing. Weissenberger in the red speed car. Pazzi, he's driving a Tony car for M2 Racing. He's in 2nd place. There's Giudice. He's catching the both of them. Also driving a Tony kart. Goldstein, the first non-OTK kart, has gone back to position 5, in fact. Federico Rossi, also in a green machine, up into position 4. Rossi for the Pachito Racing Kart team. Comanducci, his teammate, has actually lost quite a few positions just in that last lap. The order at the bottom of your screen. Locatelli, Griggs up to 8, Apicella 9, Erika, she's in P10, Riccardo just a place behind. There's Denny Catanini in position 13, the bottom left of your screen, the reigning WSK Champions Cup champion from 2022. Look at Pazzi get up onto 2 wheels. Spectacular from the Italian. Weissenberger sits low behind the steering wheel of the red speed kart for victory lane. 1/4 race distance, the X30 senior final, the WSK Champions Cup. 320 drivers from 51 nations, including for the first time 2 new entrants. Curaçao, the Dutch Caribbean island, with a driver representing the small, well, let's say Dutch colony, the beautiful island, some 5,000 kilometres from here in the north of Italy. And also for the first time, a driver from Vietnam racing in WSK competition, Alex Sauer from Ho Chi Minh City. As we see Catanini go down through the chicane in the 847 Energy Car. He's in 13th place. 51 nations represented. As I say, for the first time, the nation of Curacao and also Vietnam here in the north of Italy. The Frenchman, P1, with 3 Italians trying to take that place away from him. Back on Weissenberger, P1. Just 0.2 of a second over Potty. Look how close the left rear MG tyre was as he locked up under brakes on the concrete curb. Got this under control. Gets a great run as they come down the hill. Watch down through the chicane. There's Judice sideways. Rossi, Goldstein. Schleimer, good run from the German. Maximilian Schleimer also racing GT4 in Europe in 2023 as Potzi from pole position. Potzi from second place retakes position 1. Weissenberger back to second and he's lost the momentum as well. Here comes Judice. Andrea gets the run on Pacom. Down through turn 1 and 2. Weissenberger knows he's in trouble here. Potzi's got the lead and he's put 3 kart lengths between himself and the Frenchman. Goldstein in the background trying to stay with Federico Rossi. Fabulous move from Potzi just a moment ago. As they come down the hill, Weissenberger holds on to it, now gets the momentum. There's Goldstein off the podium, down through the chicane, over the ripple strip. Down the inside, Judice takes P2 away from Weissenberger. Potzi's up onto 3 wheels. The M2 Racing Tony Kart hooked up. The young Italian P1 from his countryman Judice in second place. And Weissenberger back to P3. Fastest driver on the circuit at the moment is Riccardo Tirelli. Also for the Victory Lane team of Nicolas Martins. Riccardo Tirelli with a 48.456, 0.2 of a second. Faster than the race leader Brando Pozzi. So the order is Pozzi, Judice, Weissenberger, Rossi, Goldstein 5, Schleimer in P6, Apicella 7, Luca Griggs, the Dutch-speaking Englishman for the Falcon Racing team, comes down the hill. He's 8th. Riccardo Tirelli is 9, Erika Lavazza's 10th, and last year's WSK Champions Cup champion Denny Catanini is a place behind ahead of Comanducci, Albanese, and Davide Locatelli, who's had a disastrous first half of the X30 senior final half race distance. That was Catanini going through, trying to chase down Erika Lavazza. Head of Albanese, Comanducci, Locatelli, Giacardi from Monte Carlo, Pirovano. In another Tibi car, the first of the fluorescent green machines is Ellie Goldstein in position 5. If anything, in the background, Rossi and Goldstein are actually catching this leading trio. The gap is 0.9 of a second between Federico and Pacom. That's the battle between 4th and 5th, which may become a battle between 3rd, 4th and 5th. Pozzi, 0.2 of a second over Judice. Tirelli with another fastest lap of the race of 48.4. Schleimer in the background, the German, good run from him. Head of Apicella, Tirelli, Lavazza, that's Griggs going through. Luca in the 825 Falcon Racing Kart. Judice for the Mara Sessantuno racing team. The team of Sandro Mara, who have had so much success over the years, particularly in single make racing. We think of the Rock Cup International Final where they have taken win after win over the best part of, I was going to say 1 decade, but it goes back even further than that. We think of Alessandro Vantini, who won the Rock Final right here at Lonato. Now working with Ferrari is Alessandro. He won the race for the Mara Sessantuno team way back in 2009. They're in position 2, trying to go position 1 with their driver Andrea Judice, who slots down the inside. AG goes position 1. Mara Sessantuno, the team from Rozzano Pickup Track in Milan, are leading here. The WSK Champions Cup final. Andrea looks over his shoulder, back to Brando. Pack on the Frenchman in P3. And Rossi and Goldstein, they're right there as well. Pozzi retakes the place. Andrea Judice back into second after briefly leading, back into third. Weissenberger slips through, up the inside. Rossi takes the both of them. Goldstein back off the podium. What a race here this afternoon, the WSK Champions Cup final. Goldstein has come from a mile back to go up into P3. He's just been repassed by Andrea Judice. This is why we were so looking forward to X30 coming back to WSK competition. Goldstein on the outside, has to see the place, and now he takes it back from Judice. Andrea did briefly lead the final, but he's now back into P4. Weissenberger back into 5. Wow, what a race here at Lonato. This is lap 15 of 21. Pozzi has got half a second over Federico Rossi, and Goldstein is now back up on the podium, the European champion, but he's not in position 1. Weissenberger, it's all going well for him. The victory lane driver, rarely out of the top 3 all weekend from the outset of practice on Wednesday, but he's back into position 5. Maximilian Schleimer, the German driver, 8.45 in the Card Republic. He's next, then Apicella, Cirelli, Lavazza, Griggs, Catanini. Still can't get inside the top 10, the driver who won the WSK Champions Cup a year ago. Judice fighting there with Goldstein for the bottom step of the podium. 5.5 laps now remaining. And incredibly, Tobias Norman is the only retirement. There's still 35 drivers on the circuit of the original 36 starters. Brando Pozzi, the young Italian for M2 Racing from the Miami Series in Italy last year, steps up to WSK competition as his countryman Rossi sideways down through the chicane. Does not lift, just corrects the steering wheel, and he loses nothing. The gap was 0.4 of a second. And despite what seemed an error, he's actually gained on the race leader. Goldstein having to defend from Andrea Judice, who briefly did lead the final here this afternoon. They get up onto 2 wheels. 118, 119 k's an hour as they just kiss the ripple strip on the inside left-hander. Then Pozzi goes straight over it. Richens up the mixture on the carburetor feeding the X30 engine. Just skips over a groupless track here at Lonato. The temperature, well, it's 7 degrees Celsius. The sun is shining, but there's not much grip to be had out there. The Tony Kart running in position 1. Federico Rossi, also in a green machine, came from the 5th row of the grid, started out of grid 9. He runs in position 2. There is now exactly 5 kilometres to race. 4 laps of this 1.2 kilometre world-famous South Garda Karting Lonato circuit in the north of Italy, halfway between Venice and Milan, south of the seaside or lakeside resort town of Desenzano del Garda. Nearby mountains still snow-capped here on the last weekend of January in 2023 as the battle for the final of the WSK Champions Cup continues. Down the inside, oh wow, what a move! Rossi tried to pull it off, and Brando says, no you don't. Did not brake until he turned in. Knew he was there, did not flinch, will not be intimidated. The young Italian, Brando Pozzi, was that the only opportunity for Federico Rossi. Weissenberger back in P5, Judice 4. Goldstein, P3 in the Tibi Kart, and then the battle for the lead. That was audacious from Federico Rossi. Down into the pit hairpin. Well, can Goldstein do it if the front 2 fight? These 2 on your screen fighting for the bottom step of the podium. They'll be there to drag themselves into the battle for the win. Sideways goes Rossi. Down through the chicane, there's Goldstein, Judice, Weissenberger, Cirelli, Apicella, Lavazza, Griggs, Catanini, now inside the top 10. 2 laps remaining at the end of this one. Federico for the Circuito Racing Kart team too far back to make a move. 2.4 kilometres to race. Brando Pozzi driving as hard as he possibly can. Keeping the kart as straight as possible. Doesn't mind a ripple strip, let me tell you. And he's not trying to pull away and be as smooth as he possibly can from Federico Rossi. On this, the penultimate lap of the race. 2 Italians, a Belgian. And then the Italian, Andrea Giudice, leads the Frenchman, Pacon Weissenberger. Just on approximately 1 mile to race here in Italy. Pozzi looks over his shoulder into the far hairpin for the penultimate time. Rossi's close. He will have an attack. He will give it a go. Not this time. This is the last lap. Ultimo giro per Brando Pozzi. Rossi tries to get the toe as they go down the straight. Straight over the ripple strip. He's catching him. Watch into the hairpin. Goldstein's catching the both of them. If they come together, the Belgian will be right there to fight. Turns in early. Does Pozzi. They'll both lose time here. Goldstein can sense his opportunity. He knows it. Brando Pozzi's got the race lead from Federico Rossi, who gets a tighter line. White lines it down into the chicane. Look at the tippy card of the Belgian catching the both of them. Sideways down through the chicane. For the final time, Pozzi, Rossi, they're side by side. Goldstein's right there as well. White lines it into the final corner. They'll be side by side as they come across the line. There's millimetres in it, the checkered flag wave. Pozzi wins. Pozzi wins by 0.005 of a second. What a race here at Lonato. Rossi second, and last year's European champion, Eli Goldstein, puts the Tippicart on the podium in position 3. What a race here at South Garda Karting. The Italians side by side. Pozzi defended. Federico threw absolutely everything at his countrymen. 0.005 of a second. We are talking barely a centimetre. They were side by side as they came up to the line. Pozzi for M2 Racing wins the WSK Champions Cup. Federico Rossi for the Circuito Racing Kart team P2, and Goldstein on the podium 3rd. Giudice briefly led the final, comes home 4th ahead of Weissenberger, Apicella, Erika Lavata, Riccardo Cirelli, Denny Catanini and Luca Griggs, the Brits, in P10. A fantastic race, 2 Italians and a Belgian on the podium for the final of the WSK Champions Cup. Stay with us, the podium presentation in just a moment. The podium for the X30 final. What a race here at Lonato. 2 Italians and a Belgium. Just repeating, 0.005 of a second was the difference between Brando and Federico. So it was actually a Tony Kart 1-2 as well. The Tippy Kart of Goldstein. Coming home in 3rd place. M2 Racing, Pachito Racing Kart and the Tippy Kart Racing Team. 1, 2, 3 on the grid. Don't forget, we're back here next week for the first round of the WSK Supermaster Series as well here at Lonato. And the good news is that the weather will be exactly the same as we've got here this weekend. The final weekend of January, freezing cold, but the sun is shining. And we just witnessed an incredible race for the X30 senior final on the category's return to WSK competition for the first time since 2016.
That's too gossip. Third and second.
Underway here with the podium for the X30 senior final. A brilliant race, and in 3rd place from Belgium for the Tippy Kart Racing Team, Ellie Goldstein. 2nd place with a fantastic race, the Italian Federico Rossi. Che gara, il vincitore, the new WSK Champions Cup champion, the Italian Brando Pozzi. the third place trophy to Ellie Goldstein of Belgium. Second place, Federico Rossi, l'italiano. Il vincitore, il campione, bravo, Pazzi! The national anthem of Italia. The podium for the X30 senior final from Belgium. Third place, Ellie Goldstein. Second, Federico Rossi, the new champion, Brando Pazzi. Stay with us on WSK.IT. The WSK Champions Cup continues in a moment.
to the center of the karting universe. Welcome to the 2023 WSK Champions Cup. A brand new season starts right here, right now at Lonato.
Here we go for a brand new season of WSK promotion, the 18th year of competition, as we welcome you to the first of 14 events for 2023. This is the WSK Champions Cup at the world-famous circuit, South Garda Karting, Lonato. There is the snow-capped Monte Baldo in the background, the centre of your screen. That is snow, it's not a cloud. It is freezing cold here in Lonato. But 320 drivers from 51 different nations have descended on this world-class circuit for the first event of 2023. In a moment, the mini final, the Group 3 final, that's basically the traditional mini category. A packed field as ever will race over 10 laps for their final in just a moment. Iskander Zulfikari, who won the WSK Final Cup here just a few months ago, the end of 2022, he starts on pole position. Before we race, let's take a look at some of the highlights of mini racing here this week at South Garda Karting. The karts are on the grid. It is a 10-lap race. One lap of this circuit, 1.2 kilometres. So obviously, even those of us who aren't great at mathematics know that it's a 12 kilometres final here at Lonato. We're up to 8 degrees Celsius, which is about 9 degrees more than it was this morning. Ice on, well, parts of the circuit, parts of the car park here at Lonato. The breeze in the background, you can see, has picked up, and thankfully no chance of rain, let alone snow here this afternoon. Great to have your company as we welcome you for the first event of 2023, the WSK Champions Cup. 320 drivers from 51 nations around the world here for the first event of the 18th season of WSK promotion. There is Iskander Zulfikari to the right of your screen. He won the WSK Final Cup here from Dean Hugendorn and Filippo Sala at the end of last season, and he starts from pole position. Let's firstly take a look at the grid. Zulfikari from Istanbul in Turkey starts on pole position alongside Bogdan Cosmo Christopher. Second row of the grid, Dean the Dutchman, and the American Killen Harvick out of 4. Noah Baglan the Brit. Vladimir Ivaninkov, the British-Italian, or the Italian-Brit. Pietro Barghouti is alongside Ilya Bereshkin. Arias Bosco, Luke Tao now with CRG for 2023. Sixth row of the grid is Shen and Zdenek Babacek. Francois Cordel, Travis Teo, Billy C out of 15, and Lopez, Cecchetto to Valenzo Karting, Wyckoff, Brad Firand, and the Swiss driver Riven Esteves. Cocchianella, Lorenzo D'Amico, the Italians on the 11th row of the grid. Manuel Miguez, Oscar Poberaj, Melvin Kalaustian, Blanco, Max Endicott, and Drew Waltz out of 28. Valerio Villapiana, Mini Kutskov out of 30, that's Daniel. And still we go back. Christian Blandino, Matteo Melis, Matthijs van Rooyen, Dan Alleman, Durganov, and Jean-Matteo Russo. The Panamanian who has been on the podium in 2022, has to start out of grid 36. Iskander warms the tyres aggressively, as they all do. There's Noah Baglan, the iCart entry, the Brit, taking a brilliant final heat win yesterday as the sun started to set. It's a big step up from the British Super 1 Series, but young Noah in the iCart entry has acquitted himself absolutely brilliantly. It was Matvei Durgunov going through in the 598 Energy Cart. On the front row of the grid, Zulfikari from Turkey and Bogdan from Bucharest in Romania. Welcome to the WSK Champions Cup here at South Garda Karting Lonato. Iskander Zulfikari from Team Baby Race leads them up to the line. We go green, we race for the first time in 2023. Great start from Noah Baglan, who's already gone up into third place. Dean the Dutchman in P2 tried to take the lead is Dean Hugendorn. Baglan down the inside. Dean has gone through and taken the lead. Not a great start for Iskander Zulfikari. Got the jump off the line, but was mauled at turns 2 and 3. He's back in position 4. Noah Baglan in position 2 as Dean Hugendorn van the Netherlands has got the race lead as they go down through the chicane for the first time. As Vladimir Ivaninkov trying to make a move, the Team Gamoto driver, as they go up to the far hairpin. Baglan from second place is back into 5th, and Iskander Zulfikari does not wait long to make his way up through. Look out for Keelan Harvick, the American driver, who finished second here a week ago in the Winter Cup. The American in P4. Behind Pietro Bacuti, that is actually Pietro. Up into P3 for AV Racing, Zulfikari just ahead. There's the American behind Noah Baglan in position 5, the second generation racer. Watch him dive down the inside. Does not hesitate. Does the driver from North Carolina, USA. The driver for Team Baby Race goes up into 4th place. His teammate, the pole sitter, in P2, that's Iskander Zulfikari, but Dean Hugendorn for the Kiddix Driver Academy in the Alonso Kart has got the lead down through the chicane. The gap is 0.6 of a second, be assured, for both Pietro and Iskander in 3rd and 2nd respectively. We'll catch up to the back of the Dutchman. It is so much harder to lead than it is to chase in the mini category. Dylan Harvick has done a great job of breaking clear of the pack. Vladimir Ivaninkov tries to go with him. Arias Bosco is right there. Look at Pietro in the AV Racing Paralin. Into Paralin in 2nd place as well for Sandro Lorandi's Baby Race team, and also the same for Keelan Harvick. Pietro dives down the inside. Super move from Baguti. Keelan Harvick trying to catch them, and Ivaninkov and the Spaniard Arias Bosco going with as well. Baglan back to 7 ahead of Shen, Cosmo Christopher and Billy C. William Kalija rounds out the 10. Iskander retakes position 2 away from Pietro. Incredibly, despite the fact that they're fighting, they're not letting Dean Hugendorn pull away. Into the final corner. The gap last time, 0.5 of a second. Ivaninkov in P5 is the fastest driver on the circuit. And as they touch 103, 104 k's an hour down into turn 1, again, Ivaninkov goes purple as he shadows the American, who's just a step off the podium. Keelan Harvick, P4, his teammate Zulfikari for Team Baby Race in 2nd place. The gap, 0.6 of a second between Hugendorn and Zulfikari on lap 4 of 10, the mini final for 2023. Last year, this race was won by Christian Kostoya, the Spaniard who's now racing in OK Junior, who dominated the mini category for the past 18 months or so. A year prior, Rene Lammers and Anatoly Kavalkin taking the title in 2020. Andrea Filofero winning a year prior. And in 2018, it was none other than Andrea Kimi Antonelli, the newly crowned Italian F4 champion for the Prema Power team, who won it the year after Alfio Spinner, Michael Papado, Dennis Hauger back in 2015. Bogdan Cosmo Christopher has fallen back to 10th place, but he's just done the fastest lap of the race, shadowing Ilya Badeshkin. Head of the new CRG driver, Luke Taal from the Netherlands, but his countryman in position 1, Dean Hugentorn. One of the younger drivers in the mini category. Qualified on pole position for the WSK Mini Super Cup in 2022 at Le Conca Murolachese before finishing in second place. What's the victory? Does Dean for the Kiddix Driver Academy in the Alonso kart powered by the IAMI. Harvick has fallen back into, what, 6th place behind behind Ivan Inkov. 5th place, in fact. Collegiate's on the charges. William Collegia. Billy C from Melbourne, now up into position 6 ahead of Arias Bosco. And the fastest driver on track, Bogdan Cosmo Christopher. Half race distance, the mini final here in the WSK Champions Cup. And they are both catching Dean. The gap is down to 0.4 of a second. Harvick responds at 53.635. The Americans not out of this either. The second generation racer, the son of NASCAR Sprint Cup champion Kevin Harvick, who's here at the circuit, watching his boy trying to win a WSK title for the first time. The last time a driver from the United States won in WSK, we have to think back to the likes of Logan Sargent in 2016. Logan, one of 15 drivers out of the 20 on the current Formula One grid who have come from the world of WSK. Zulfikati has now caught up to Hugentorn. The gap was 0.6 of a second, then 0.4. You can see he's right on the back of the Dutchman. Dives down the inside. Iskander, the great, goes up into position 1. The WSK Final Cup champion trying to take his second WSK title. Dean fights back. What a move by Hugentorn. Just brilliant. De Pilot van de Netherlands in de eerste positie. The young Dutchman goes P1, but Zulfikati gets him on the exit. It's now a 5-card fight. Now it's on. It's all kicking off. Baguti back into second, now back into third. Hugentorn does not want to let Zulfikati get away with this. There is Harvick. 1st and 5th for Team Baby Race. And Kalija is not out of this either. What a race as we move into the dying stages of the mini-final for the WSK Champions Cup. Zulfikati's gone. The gap is 0.6 of a second. There's his teammate in the background going wheel to wheel with Pietro Baguti. Ivan Inkov for Team Gamoto. They won the title with Dennis Hauger, the MP Motorsport Formula 2 driver. They won it with him back in 2015 driving a CRG. Ivan Inkov for Team Gamoto, the Sicilian team, now up into position 3. Cosmo Christopher and Badeshkin going through in 7 and 8. Head of Arias Bosco, the Spaniard. Dean wants this, 5.02. Driving superbly, the gap was 0.6 of a second. He's done incredibly well to not let Zulfikati go away, who has been so quick this week. Harvick runs wide. Kalija in the background follows him through, using every inch of the racetrack and then some. Fastest lap of the race now for Dean Hugentorn, up 53.569. It's not over yet. There's Bagland defending from Kerdal, Ruben Esteves, via Piano as well. Hugentorn has caught him. Fabulous drive. This is the penultimate lap of the race. It looked as though Zulfikati would take his second WSK title in a row after winning the WSK Final Cup right here at the end of 2022. Goes defensive into the chicane. Watch Ivan Inkov in the background. Harvick going through. Then it's Kalija and Baguti. Dean wants this desperately. Watch him on the exit. He white lines it. Watch Ivan Inkov. Harvick down the inside takes the both of them. Here comes Billy C. Kalija up the inside. The Australian now up onto the podium. He's got Zulfikati, Killen Harvick, and William Kalija. Baguti's out of it. Baguti gets up onto 2 wheels. He's out of it. Keeps it going but falls back to 8th position. Killen Harvick dives down the inside. The second generation racer says, "This race is mine, boys," and he takes his teammate. This is the last lap of the race. Team Baby Race in 1st and 2nd place. Ivan Inkov, position 3. Killen stares over his right shoulder. Iskander says, "No problem," goes round the outside. They have to be careful of Ivan Inkov. Side by side goes the 2 teammates. Ivan Inkov, Vladimir takes Killen. Up the inside goes Bereshkin. Iskander Zulfikari with Vladimir Ivanikov. They're going to be 3 wide as they come across the line. That checkered flag does wave. Iskander the Great. Zulfikari wins the WSK Champions Cup. Ivanikov for Team Gamoto in second. And would you believe, Bogdan Kosmor Christopher, BCC, has come home in position 3. What a race here at Lonato this afternoon. Zulfikari, the Turk, has taken his second WSK title in a row after winning the WSK Final Cup. Heartbreak for Dean Hugendorn, who wanted this so bad. He finishes in 7th, ahead of Paguti. Zulfikari, the Turk, wins. Vladimir Ivanikov for Team Gamoto 2nd, and Bogdan Kosmor Christopher for Team Driver in 3rd place. Bereshkin, Kalija, Harvick 6th, Hugendorn 7th, Paguti, Arias Bosco, and a good drive from Francois Curdel to round out the 10. Iskander the Great, Zulfikari wins the WSK Champions Cup here at Lonato and will stand on the top step of the podium in just a moment.
An incredible race for the WSK Champions Cup in the mini category. And in the end, Iskander Zulfikari
has taken his second WSK title in a row. It came down to the last lap, the last corner in fact. But in the end, the result was the same. The podium for the mini-final, the WSK Champions Cup. In third place from Romania for team driver Bogdan Cosmo Christopher. Second place for Team Komoto, Vladimir Ivaninkov. The winner of the WSK Champions Cup for Team Baby Race from Istanbul in Turkey, Iskender Zulfikari. The third place trophy for Bogdan Cosmo Christopher. Second place, Vladimir Ivaninkov. Iskender the Great Zulfikari wins the WSK Champions Cup here at Lonato. The national anthem of Turkey. The podium for the 60 mini final, third place Bogdan Cosmo Christopher, Vladimir Ivaninkov P2, Iskender Zulfikari takes the win. The podium for 60 mini, the under 10 60 mini final in just a moment, live from Lonato.
close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Back here at Lonato for what is effectively a new innovation. We just had the 60 mini final, but such is the strength, the growth of the 60 mini category that we now have an under 10s version. We've got a full grid for the under 10 60 mini category drivers, which are obviously under 10 years of age. The junior mini drivers who are here ready to race the mini under 10 final. I guess it's not that dissimilar to world football, where they, well, to use the cliche, do start very young. Alexander Leganki will start on pole position in just a moment. It is a full field for the under 10 mini final here in the WSK Champions Cup. Firstly, let's check out some of the highlights this week here at Lonato. Highlights of the racing thus far this week here at the WSK Champions Cup. 320 drivers from 51 different nations around the world at this, the first event of the 18th season of WSK promotion. Alexander Leganki will start on pole position. We'll take a look at the grid for you in just a moment. In the highlights package, which you just saw, yes, you may have seen the 509 car. DAP is back. The red and yellow machine, the famous manufacturer, based on, okay, let's be honest, it is a Kart Republic, wearing the DAP colours. The famous manufacturer, which was raced by the likes of, well, let's say Peter De Bruin, the great Ayrton Senna, Terry Fullerton, to name just a few. The famous World Championship manufacturer. And for those that say it is just a Kart Republic with the red and yellow sticker kit, well, it's a little bit more than that. It is run by the Kiddix Driver Academy, driven by the Belgian Antoine Vanant. And in the same vein, I guess we could say that the Aston Martin, which races in Formula One, was once painted as a Force India. Nevertheless, great to see the world-famous manufacturer back. Antoine Vanant will start on the third row of the grid. Alexander Leganki out of pole position, 14 driver, alongside Albert Tam, the Swiss driver out of 2. carts on the grid, ready to go in just a moment. 36 carts on the grid for the mini under 10 final here on a still chilly afternoon here this afternoon at South Garda Karting Lonato, the 29th day of January 2023. There is the grid to the right of your screen. Here's the Ukrainian Alexander Legenki for team driver to the left. Here's the Swiss driver Albert Tam. And with the exception of Antonio Chepa in the gold cart, which is blue on the second row of the grid, it is the baby race Paralins which dominate the left side of the grid. Legenki, Tam, Leo Gorski, the British pole or the Polish Brit, the London Cup champion on the second row of the grid, 5.36 as the kart's firing to life. Let's take a look at the grid for you. Legenki on pole position, as Chepa just has a little bit of trouble firing up the Iami engine on the 6.06 gold kart. Legenki on pole, Tam out of 2. Gorski and Chepa the poles on the second row of the grid. Van Aert in the DAP, it's back. He's alongside Bobadeshov, Maximus Horn and Henry Kumpen, the Kleiner Kumpen, out of grid 8. Stelmach, another pole. Leopardi in the LGK racing kart. Then we go to David Moscardi, Khrushchev, Nicolo Perico, the second generation racer, the son of Alessandro Perico, WRC rally driver. Right, Renka Kodetsing, the Australian on debut out of 16. Di Pietro Antonio Waltz, the American. Min Jae Lee, Mason Robinson, the Brit. Scott, to get it correct, he's out of 30. Elton Headforth is also making his debut, the second Headforth brother on the 16th row of the grid. Sebastian Rydell for DS Course. Patrick Christensen and Sebastian Novak bringing up the final row of the grid. So there is Legenki for team driver to the right of your screen. The under 10 mini final for the first time in WSK competition. The baby race kart dominating the mini category and also the under 10 category. Trying to count how many of them are in the top 10. Let's just say I'm running out of fingers fast. Yeah, I know that's not exactly correct, but you know what I mean. You can see the blue and white Paralin Opportunity chassis powered by the Iami engine. Legenki, though, for team driver on pole position, the mini under 10 final here at the WSK Champions Cup. Albert Tam, 5.30 to the left of your screen. Legenki, 5.40 on pole position. We race. Great start from Leo Gorski, slots up into second place. It is Legenki, the Ukrainian, who leads from the Brits. Van Aert in the DAP, it's back. He goes position 3 after a fantastic start from the third row of the grid. They all go down the middle of the circuit. There's Van Aert around the outside and Maximus Untz in the Ward Racing Tony Cup from the fourth row of the grid, also making a great start. Legenki has got the lead from Gorski. Van Aert, who won the Winter Cup here in that very kart here 7 days ago on what was still a icy, wet circuit after snow fell here just on a week and a half ago as the baby race karts. They go 3 wide further back in the pack and all come together. They come out of the chicane okay. It is the team driver, Ukrainian, in position 1. Van Aert looks good in the Kiddix Driver Academy DAP in position 3. And Maximus Unt in the Tony kart goes position 4. Legenki and Gorski, the Ukrainian from the pole. The Belgian in P3 from the Swede Maximus Unt. And we go to Bob Brashov. Leopardi's made a good start in the LGK racing kart, I should say. Unfortunately, Xavier Lazaro, the Portuguese driver, has retired. You just got a glimpse of his kart on the side of the circuit. He's out. Maximus Unt looks good in the Ward Racing Tony kart as he shadows the Belgian coming down the hill for the second time. In fact, he dives down the inside. Van Aert holds off. They go side by side down through the chicane. Maximus Unt trying to go through. And he's done so. The Swede is up on the podium for the moment. Leonardo Gorski, the British pole for the baby race team from nearby here in Brescia, in second place. Van Aert back to 4th. Head of Bobadeshov. Leopardi, watch him in the LGK racing kart. The TM-powered Birolart 610. Just ahead of Moscardi, Roland Nage. Victor Stalmark, Ray, Tam, and Waltz from America. Good start from Koda Singh. He goes up ahead of De Kleine Kumpen. Henri Constant Kumpen, who was fastest in his group of qualifying. The second Belgian is in P14 ahead of Didier Krieft. As Gorski all over the back of the early race leader, Albert Tam in position 11. Fastest driver on the circuit in these early stages of the race. The mini under 10 final here at Lonato. Team Baby Race and Team Driver go 1 and 2. Ward Racing in P3. Yes, I can finish that sentence before Van Aert makes a move in the Kiddix Driver Academy kart. One kart under investigation. Make that a penalty. The 531 kart of the American Waltz Drew in the 531 Baby Race Paralympic kart has been given a 3-second penalty, and that drops him down to 20th place ahead of Petticourt and Savary Dudkowski. Van Aert trying to go with the sweep, just shadowing the Tony kart in P4. Knows that if they do start to fight now, even at a young age, they do understand this racing method, that if they do start to fight, that the front two will pull away, Legenki and Gorski. Van Aert down the inside though. That was a clean, slick move. There's Leopardi going through in the LGK racing kart. Van Aert up into third place. Gorski in second, Legenki from pole position. Legenki from Ukraine has got the race lead as we finish the 4th of 10 laps. Maximus Unt has not had a good lap. He comes across the line in P6 ahead of Moscardi. Fastest lap of the race for Alexander Legenki, 53.934 ahead of Gorski. Took 0.2 of a second, would you believe, despite the fact that Gorski has closed right up on him. Van Aert in P3, trying to break clear and get into the fight for the lead as we approach half race distance, the mini under 10 final here at Lonato. Down through the chicane, Van Aert is certainly pulling away from Bobrishov, Leopardi, Unt and Moscardi. Tam is really coming up quick after falling back off the start. Started out of grid 2, did the Swiss driver. Was back in 10th place. We'll see where he comes across the line now. Albert Tam in the 530 Paralin. 14 Baby Race. Moved up to weight because he's just been repassed. So this is half race distance. Legenki, Gorski, Van Aert with the fastest lap of the race. The Belgian is there, the DAP is back. Here comes Antoine on the back of Leo Gorski. Alexander Legenki started from pole position and has driven perfectly so far. 53.633, 0.3 of a second faster than the team driver, Miami-powered Kart Republic of Alexander Legenki. That was Maximus Unt. He was in position 3 early on in the race. Now under attack from Roland Nage, Ray, Stelmack and De Kleine Kumpen. And it's Truchot and Koda Singh on debut in WSK competition is the Australian. He's in P14 ahead of Branislav Svenka and Oliver Svinga. The first two is now a trio, a fight for the lead on lap 6 of 10. Leopardi in the background goes down into 4th place, and finally Gorski makes his move. He needed to, because the Belgian is trying to take the lead as well. Van Aert looks over his left shoulder, tried to capitalize on that. Legenki in 2nd place. And as they come down the hill, and the pole sitter has been put back to 2nd for the first time this race. We saw an incident in the background that Henri Constant Kumpen was turned around. The 2nd generation racer was running in position 11, and he's now in the master barriers. The 2nd Belgian is out. The 1st Belgian on your screen in position 3. Legenki wants the lead back as we move into the dying stages of the under 10 final. Legenki dives down the inside. Watch Van Aert in the background. Tries to capitalize the dap around the outside of the Baby Race Paralin. And Gorski's off the road. Legenki takes back position 1. And now the fight does not come from the pole, but the Belgian in P2. Down through the chicane, 2 laps remaining at the end of this one. Antonio Chepa has joined Xavier Lazaro as a retirement. Andre Kumpen did get up and going again, but he's running way down in 32nd position. So now there's 2 laps remaining. There's the rest of the field going through. Roland Nage, Alessandro Truchot, Victor Stelmack. Singh is not far off the top 10. Head of Renka, Periko, Svinga, Min Jae Lee, the South Korean, in the DR kart. Well, Van Aert from Belgium won the Winter Cup here 7 days ago. Can he go 2 weeks in a row? The return of the world-famous DAP manufacturer, well, the DAP brand name, to World Karting competition. It won World Championship after World Championship in the 1970s and 80s, driven by some of the greatest racing drivers in history. Back on track in the Mini Under 10 final and running in position 2. Alexander Legenki, the Ukrainian team driver, he's about to get the last lap board. This is the last opportunity for Antoine. There's Leo Gorski, has driven brilliantly. The young British-based Pole, London Cup champion, but it looks as though he will miss the victory here this afternoon unless something happens between Alexander and Antoine. Down through turns 3 and 4. Van Aert is pushing Legenki, who keeps the kart in the middle of the circuit. No problem, says Van Aert. I'll try the outside. Legenki looks over his left shoulder, his right shoulder looks back left. He needs a rear view mirror on the Team Driver Kart Republic. Van Aert down the inside. Legenki's in the gravel. Off into the marbles. The Belgian takes position 1. What a fairy tale return this will be if he can hold on for 3 corners. Goes defensive, he'll be slow on the exit. There's Gorski in the background. Into the penultimate corner, watching white line it. Leaves the door open, Legenki down the inside. The Ukrainian who started out of pole position takes his opportunity and wins the WSK Champions Cup. Van Aert home in P2 and Gorski on the podium, position 3. Fabulous race in the under 10 mini final. Alexander Legenki, nobody here at the circuit can say he did not deserve that. Van Aert led into the penultimate corner, but just left the door open. And that was enough for Alexander, who started out of grid 1, to go through and take the lead. Legenki wins the WSK Champions Cup here at Lonato. Patrick Christiansen crosses the line, does the Norwegian as the final finisher. Alexander Legenki has taken victory from Antoine Van Aert and Leonardo Gorski for Team Baby Race, home in 3rd place. Leopardi P4 from Albert Tam. Good recovery for him. Good showing all week from Maximus Hund. Bobadashov, Roland was ahead of Achille, the new CRG driver, and Alessandro Truchot, the French-American, in position 10. Stay with us on WSK.it. The podium presentation live from Lonato in a moment.
Did you have to leave so soon? Didn't wanna make you run around. Cause it seems I tripped up once again. Now I'm lying down again, staring up into a cloud of questions. Why? Blurry visions through tired eyes. Got a lot of things that I need to say. Got a lot of things that I need to find a way to rest my head. Just trying to clear my eyes. Why did you walk away? Why did you walk away? Cause I'm thinking it's you. I've been thinking about you every
The podium for the first ever under-10 mini-final here in the WSK Champions Cup. Fabulous race, 3 different nationalities and 3 young drivers about to step on the podium. In third place for Team Baby Race from Poland, Leonardo Gorski. Second place, the DAP is back. The Belgian, Antoine Vernon. The first ever winner of the Under-10 WSK mini-final in the Champions Cup. 14 driver, the Ukrainian, Alexander Legenki. Third place for Team Baby Race from Poland, Leonardo Gorski. Second place, the Belgian, Antoine Vernon. The first ever winner of the Under-10 WSK Mini Champions Cup, Alexander Legenki. The national anthem of Ukraine. Third place, Leonardo Gorski. Second place, Antoine Vernon. The winner, Alexander Legenki. Stay with us on WSK.IT. The KZ2 final in just a moment. Back here at Lonato for the final of KZ2, the Wsk Champions Cup. Last year the race was won by Sandovan Wallstein, who's not on the grid. Indeed, we've got plenty of new names and new faces and team changes who will fight for the title to succeed the Dutchman who won this race right here 12 months ago. Fast Freddie Slater, he dominated the past few seasons in OK and OK Junior with Ricky Flynn Motorsport. New team, new colours for the young Englishman, but he's as quick as ever. Freddie Slater qualified on pole position in qualifying, and he starts the final from Grid 1 in just a moment. Before we do race, let's take a look at some of the highlights this week in KZ2 here at Lonato. As ferociously competitive as ever, Freddie Slater, who starts out at Grid 1. It's a new team for him, but it's also a new team for the former WSK and European champion Adrien Renaudin. Last year with Tony Kart, all new colours for the French Cup champion. He lines up on Grid 2 for the 5-time world champion Danilo Rossi. The DR chassis powered by the new KK2 Modena engine. Remember, DR Kart with Modena, they won this race with the Romanian Daniel Vasile a couple of seasons ago. It was in fact 2018 at Adria. And now with this star French driver who has been quick, he has won a heat as well. Renaudin starts out of Grid 2. That's him to the right of your screen. To the left is Slater. So it's Birol Art versus DR Kart on the front row of the grid. 320 drivers from 51 nations around the world here in the north of Italy. The final weekend of January 2023 for the first event of what promises to be a fantastic 18th season of WSK promotion. 14 kart racing events together with the Italian F4 Championship presented by WSK, which celebrates its 10th edition. The first, of course, won by Canadian Lance Stroll back in 2014. We'll take a look at the grid for you in just a moment. Slater, we believe, has elected to start on grid 2, but it is the clean outside line on the start-finish straight here at Lonato. This is the grid. Slater does start from pole position though. Alongside is Renaudin. Second row of the grid, Christian Bertuca. Recently testing Formula 3 Regional, but he's back with us. And he starts out of grid 3 in the 101 Birulat. Matteo Spiegel, first of the CPB Sport Sodi Karts, which won this race a year ago. Then comes Slavik Putyatin, the Ukrainian, alongside the 15-year-old Dutchman Tim Gerhards, Paul Ribera, the impressive young Sri Lankan Yevon David, Flint Schuring, also in a Sodi kart, and Evian Ikelchek. Julius Bernard on grid 11. Welcome back to Artem Severukian. Has been quick as ever in the racing line, 133 Birulat. Arnold, Maximilian Paul, Speck, Holtzam, Lenny Reed for the Lanari racing team. Look at the Germans. And it's Fotiv, Bruno Molders, and out of grid 20, it is the Stillhammer. Sherbinskis, Giuliano Holtzam, still the Germans come. Niansav, Simonini, Nicholas Taylor, the Canadian, Thomas Rackle in the Maranello, Diaudia, Lamartina, Cortez, and Lantos, the Hungarian KZ2 champion. Negruza from Moldova, Vansan, D'Alessandro, Zuko, the two-time British champion, Tom Adams, and Armfeldt from Denmark, starting out of grid 36. Slater 127. This is his first ever KZ2 race. He took pole position in qualifying on Friday. Almost 0.2 of a second faster than anybody else, a 45.593. Christian Bertuca, his Birulat teammate, was fastest in the second group, but 0.2 of a second slower than the young English driver. We were trying to work out if he's the youngest ever KZ2 pole sitter. There was a Dutch driver by the name of Max in 2013. Not quite sure who was younger. Certainly Max took a couple of pole positions on his way to the WSK Euro Series title 1 decade ago. Slavik Putyatin in the Falcon racing kart for LA Motorsport. The Sodi karts are in force. The Germans are in force. Something like 9 drivers from Deutschland on the grid here this afternoon. What a tremendous sight this is. Slater on pole position to the left of your screen. Renaudin for DR Racing Kart, the new star recruit to the right. Welcome to the centre of the karting universe. Welcome to South Garda Karting Lonato. Welcome to the WSK Champions Cup. Slater on pole position for the KZ2 final. The red flag, the 4 red lights. We race for the first time in 2023. Bertuca from the outside of the second row of the grid takes the lead. We've got one Sodi kart in the grass. Slater has missed the start. A fantastic start from Slavik Putyatin, the Falcon racing kart of the Ukrainian, goes up into position 2. What a start here at Lonato. Putyatin into second place. Bertuca from the second row launched like a rocket. His teammate Slater from pole position back in P5, and Renaudin, not a good start from him either. He's got DR Racing Karts. He's leading the DR Racing Kart charge. Slater's got DR Karts ahead and behind. Maximilian Paul getting off the line smartly. He's inside the top 10. They come across the line for the first time. Putyatin in second, behind Bertuca. Maximilian Paul down the inside. Here's the top DR kart now. Goes through and passes Spiegel for third place. Behind is Slater, then Renaudin. So the drivers who started first, second on the grid come across the line for the first time in 5th and 6th positions. Yevon David, the Sri Lankan, the bat, back in P7 ahead of Akelchik. Ribera, good start from Severukian inside the top 10. Maximilian Paul, 118. Renaudin, 120. It is Bertuca 1-0-1 in the Birolard who leads. We settle into a rhythm. The Italian from the Ukrainian, Maximilian Paul, the driver from Dresden, into third place. There's his teammate in the background. Behind Slater and Spiegel. Fabulous start from Slavik Putyatin. He won the Winter Cup here 7 days ago for LA Motorsport in the Falcon racing car. And he's in P2 at the moment. He's got 0.7 of a second between himself and the race leader, Il Cannibal. There's Renaudin going through. Yevon David sideways on the exit to the entry to the chicane. Bit of a Kelchek, Ribera, Severukin, Felix Arnold, Sandro Holzham, Bernhard, Lenny Reed. There's 4 German drivers all racing together, trying to get inside the top 10. Bertuca, the gap is 0.9 of a second as he goes purple. Putyatin is quick. The Falcon racing cart, powered by the TM, as Slater goes down the inside and picks up a position. We know Slater's quick. This is his first ever KZ2 race, and getting a KZ kart with nearly 50 horsepower on a cold track off the line is no easy feat. Hasn't been too bad, but like any driver racing KZ2 for the first time, it takes some practice. We'll see where Slater comes across the line at the end of lap 4. There's his teammate, Bertuca, position 1, Putyatin. And it's Max Paul in the first of the DR karts. His teammate, Renaudin, from Grid 2 back into P6 behind Slater. What a performance from Yevon David, the bat from Colombo in Sri Lanka. The fluorescent yellow helmet in the background. Slater under attack. There's Renaudin. And Matteo Spiegel in that battle as well. Max Paul in position 3. Slater's gone through. He's up into P4 now. So we'll see if he can set some quick times. Artem Severukin has set the fastest lap of the race in this earlier stage. The problem is he's got 4 Germans behind him. A German-speaking driver in Paul Ribera for Dorr Motorsport. The Austrian just ahead in the Kart Republic, who's making life difficult for Artem. Another purple lap for Christian Bertuca. The gap is out to 1.3 seconds. Slater with a fast, or the fastest final sector. Renaudin under attack from the young Sri Lankan. Yevon the bat trying to take the French Cup, the European and the WSK champion, Adrien Renaudin. First time out for the Frenchman after coming over from the Tony Kart racing team in 2022 to join the 5-time world champion Danilo Rossi. Slater has gone purple in the first sector. The second sector, the young Englishman, there he is, trying to get by the German in the first DR kart for a step on the podium. He is 3 seconds off the race lead. His teammate, Christian Bertuca. The blind goes down on the radiator. He gets freezing cold air feeding into the TM engine on the 101 Birolard. Move down the inside, that's Akelcek getting past by his countryman Artem Severukin. Artem goes by into position 8, trying to chase down the Sri Lankan next in line. Welcome back to Artem Severukin. 1-3-3 in the Birolard in the racing line entry going through. The German, Sandro Holzham, Felix Arnold in the Maranello kart. Still, Lenny Reed for the Lenari racing team behind. And it's shooting, Simonini, Julius Bernhardt, Lawrence Speck in the TB kart. There's Bertuca, the race leader, the gap 1.5 seconds. Fastest lap of the race for Freddie Slater, 46.022. 0.2 of a second quicker than his teammate, just too far back on Maximilian to make a move. Yevon dives down the inside to take the place away from Adrien Renaudin. He's made it stick as well. What a fabulous young talent is Yevon the Bat David. Well, it may be after midnight in Queensland, Australia, but his former mechanic, Josh Smith, would have been proud of that one. Josh, I hope you saw that, mate. Your boy, you've trained him well. He comes across the line, and he's just passed the super champion, the new recruit for DR Racing Kart, Adrien Renaudin. Yevon David in the 105. Sodicat Sigma up into position 6. There's Slater down the inside, and the Englishman takes the German. He's up onto the podium. There's his teammate, the Birol Arts, run 1 and 3 as we approach half race distance of the KZ2 final, the WSK Champions Cup. Slavik Putyatin for LA Motorsport down into second place. 1.8 seconds behind Christian Bertuca. He's destroying the field out here this afternoon. 101, the TM-powered Birol Art. The Falcon in second place. Slater now up into third. Maximilian Paul, Spiegel, and Yevon David. Ahead of Renaudin, Severukian, Sandro Holtzam, and Paul Ribera in position 10. The order at the bottom of your screen. That's Lenny Reed coming through in the background. Great performance for him, for the Linari Racing team, ahead of his countryman Daniel Stell for Dual Motorsport. Down through the chicane, half race distance as we go into the next lap. Christian Bertuca, the gap is 2 seconds. Back to Slavik Putyatin, the Italian from the Ukrainian, and Freddie Slater from the Midlands of the Kings, England, in third place. Fastest qualifier. Heat winner all throughout the weekend, starting on Friday, yesterday as well. He'll be back next week for the first round of the WSK Supermasters Series. There he is in third place, Maximilian Paul. The newly homologated modern KK2 engine on the DR kart. It is the TM engine in first place. The TM also in second place on 2 different chassis. Third as well, obviously, with Bertuca. TM on the Sodicat Sigmas. Going through, Yevon David. Renaudin just ahead of Severukian. The racing line, TM-powered Birol Art 133. Great to have Artem back on the track. He raced in the Russian Cup at Sochi a couple of weeks ago. We think it's cold here in northern Italy. In fact, it damn well is. Scary thought for Artem racing in the Russian Cup in the south of Russia in Sochi a couple of weeks ago. There he is in the background. He's actually catching to the back of Adrian Renaudin. There's Yevon David going through just ahead. Behind is Sandro Holtzam, the German. Ahead of Ribera and Lenny Reed, not far off the top 10 for the Linari Racing team. We have lost to Kelchik. Felix Arnold is out. Also bad luck for Tim Gerhards. The 15-year-old Dutchman in the 111 Sodicat has retired, along with Anders Armfeldt in the 134 SRP Maranello. Down to 32 runners, the final of which is the Canadian Nicholas Taylor, who's not having a happy race here this afternoon in the GP racing kart, acquitting himself well in the WSK Champions Cup, but didn't get off the line, had an incident on the first lap. He's trying to chase down Eduardo Di Alessandro, the 2-time British champion Tom Adams, and Alessandro Zucco. So Slater has caught up to the back of Slavik Putyatin. As they come down the hill, it's about to be a Birol Art 1-2, almost certainly down through the chicane. Max Paul, Matteo Spiegel, Renaudin, Yevon David, Severukian, Sandro Holtzam, and Paul Ribera. Here comes the move from Fast Freddy. Slavik Putyatin down through the gearbox. He can't hold him off for much longer. There's Maximilian Paul, who himself is under attack from not one, but 2 French drivers in Spiegel and Renaudin. Watch into the hairpin. Oh, goes down the inside of turn 4. Into the hairpin, no. Freddie gets the job done already. What a move by Slater. That was absolutely brilliant. We were waiting for the move to come into the hairpin. Slater was not waiting and just sent it down the inside of turn 3, down through the gearbox into the chicane. He's gone through to position 2. The Birol Arts first and second. The team from Lissone, who have dominated KZ2 kart racing over the past couple of seasons. The likes of Giuseppe Colomba, Riccardo Longhi, Moraine Kramers. Well, they've got a new talent in Freddie Slater, but let's not forget his teammate Christian Bertuca. He's 3.4 seconds up the road. Birol Art run 1 and 2 here this afternoon in the WSK Champions Cup at Lonato, the first of 14 events for 2023. The 18th season of WSK promotion, including the 10th anniversary year of the world's most competitive junior motor racing series. the Italian F4 Championship presented by WSK. Incidentally, Cristian Bertucca was testing in an F4 car to the end of last year with one eye on joining us for that championship later on. But for the moment, he is leading the KZ2 Champions Cup final. The two French drivers fighting. Spiegel and Renaudin. Disappointing final, you'd have to say, for Adrien. Started grid 2. Front row of the grid, but has fallen back to P6. There's his teammate who's just been passed. Matteo Spiegel now up into P4. A step off the podium if something happens to Slavik Putyatin, or heaven help us, one of the two Birollards. Well, Spiegel for the CPB Sports Sodi Car team, who won the race with Senna Van Wallstein in 2022. Just missing something here this weekend. We'll see them back next week for the first round of the WSK Supermaster Series. Bertucca is dominating the final here this afternoon. His teammate in second. 3.3 seconds is the gap. Slavik Putyatin in the Falcon Racing Cup for LA Motorsport. There's Yevon David going through. Behind Renaudin, ahead of Severukin, Holtzam, Ribera and Lenny Reed. 4 laps, 5 kilometres remaining at the end of this one. Bertucca from the second row of the grid got the jump, launched like a rocket, and from there they did not see which way the Italian went. Comes across the line to start lap 18 of 21. 4 remaining. The gap stays approximately the same, 3.5 seconds. What a debut for Freddie Slater, driving one of these road racing rocket ships around arguably the most famous race circuit in the world, South Garda Karting Lonato. He took pole position, dominated qualifying in the heats, started grid 1, has been outshone by his teammate who launched off the line. Be assured Freddie will get a hold of that by next week for the first round of the Supermaster Series. But for the moment, it is a Birollard 1 and 2. Slavik Putyatin, who won the Winter Cup here 7 days ago, still on the podium, unlikely to be caught, you would think, by Spiegel or Maximilian Paul, the DR karts, in 5 and 6. Severukin in P7 has got by Yevon David. And then Sandro Holtzam and Paul Ribera rounds out the 10 just ahead of Lenny Reed, who's still trying to crack the top 10. So 2 laps remaining at the end of this one. We'll check the gap, but Bertucca is absolutely cruising. He's about to write his name into the history books here at Lonato. Last year, Senna Van Wallstein winning the race for the Sodi Car team. Victor Gustafsson for Lennox Racing a year prior. That was at Adria Karting Raceway. We go back to 2018. Daniel Vassilaire won it in a DR kart. That was at Adria. Stan the Man in 2017. Paolo De Conto winning in 2016. And the original, the first winner, was the Manchurian Benjamin Handley, who won it in a TM-powered Art Grand Prix back in 2014. The 10th year of the WSK Champions Cup, Cristian Bertucca almost certainly will lead home a Birollard 1-2. Comes across the line to start his final lap. The gap, 3.5 seconds. Back to Slater in second place. Stunning debut in KZ2. The oldest of the 5 Slater siblings. There is Freddie, down through the gearbox, chokes the engine in fact, wants to bring that TM home healthy. And Slavik Putyatin will be on the podium in the LA Motorsport Falcon in 3rd place. Down through the chicane for the final time. There's Slater, there's Putyatin. Spiegel first of the Sodi karts. 2 corners remaining. He dominated. He got the jump from the second row of the grid. That checkered flag is about to wave. Cristian Il Cannibal Bertucca sideways across the line. Dominates the WSK Champions Cup here at Lonato. Slater home in P2. What a debut for the Brit. And Slavik Pujatin on the podium in third. It's a Birolat 1-2 here this afternoon. The team from Lissone are back. Bertuca, Slater, first and second in the WSK Champions Cup. They have destroyed the field out here this afternoon. Pujatin, P3 in the Falcon. And then Spiegel, first of the Saudi carts. The team which won 2022. Be assured they will be back next week for the first round of the Supermaster Series. Bertuca wins it. Slater second with the fastest lap of the race, if you don't mind, 46.022. Some 0.2 of a second quicker than Bertuca, but after jumping off the line from the second row of the grid, Bertuca simply disappeared out of distance. Birolat 1-2 and Slavik Pujatin on the podium in third. Spiegel, Max Paul, Renault Dunn on debut for the DR kart team, just behind his teammate. Severukian back ahead of the Sri Lankan Yevon David. Cedro Holtzam and Paul Ribera, the Austrian, rounds out the 10. Well, stay with us on wsk.it. The podium in just a moment. Birolat finished first and second in the WSK Champions Cup here at Lonato.
podio.
The podium for the KZ2 final here at Lonato, and the Birol Art team have dominated in first and second place. In third place, though, for the LA Motorsport team driving the Falcon racing kart from Ukraine, Wsk Champions. Second place on debut in KZ2, the fastest qualifier from the Kings England, Fast Freddie Slater. The winner of the WSK Champions Cup for 2023. He dominated here this afternoon. Il vincitore, Christian the Cannibal Bertuca. The third place trophy to Wsk Champions of Ukraine. Second, Freddie Slater of England. Il vincitore, l'italiano Christian Cannibal Bertuca. The national anthem of Italia. The KZ2 WSK Champions Cup, third place, Wsk Champions, second, Freddie Slater, and the winner, Christian Bertuca. Stay with us on WSK.IT. The OK final in just a moment. back here at Lonato for the junior final, which is about to hit the track at the moment. Well, Forza Racing, they won this race back in 2019 with the Englishman Alex Dunn and Lewis from Lincolnshire. He has dominated since the outset of qualifying for Jamie Croxford's Forza Racing team. The junior final in just a moment, but first, let's check out some of the highlights from this week here at Lonato. Racing into the lights under night. It was cold. It was spectacular. The junior final, well, Lewis Werrell, as we said in our introduction, has dominated since the outset. Dries van Langendonk, not long out of the mini category. He will start from the outside front row of the grid in the Energy course card. Of course, Energy. They won this race 2022 with the young Peruvian about to make his Formula 4 debut, Andres Cardenas. Won it in 2022 in OK Junior, and Dries van Langendonk from Zolder in Belgium to start out of Grid 2. The karts are on the circuit, the sun is shining, it is freezing here this afternoon. The last weekend in January, but we're ready to race the 17-lap final for OK Junior, the Wsk Champions Cup. The honour roll leads like a who's who. Andreas Cardenas in Junior last year, Rashid Aldaheri a year prior, Alfio Spina, Il Siciliano. In 2020, then it was Alex Dunn, British F4 and vice Italian F4 champion. In 2019, Paul Aron, racing in Formula 3. He won it in 2018. Ilya Morozov in a Tony kart in 2017. Kian Juice, 2016. Logan Sargent, he took the victory for Ricky Flynn Motorsport in 2015. Before making his debut with Williams later on this year, and Enam Ahmed also for RFM back in 2014. Lewis, though, can he write his name into the history books if he gets away and gets a good start? Well, they may not see which way the Englishman went. He starts on pole position alongside Dries van Langendonk, Filippo Sala, now with Circuito, the Italian, out of 3. Alexander Bondarev now with Kart Republic out of 4. Krutogolov, the 2 Ukrainians, ahead of the Russians, Stepan Antonov. And it's Tayem Saylor, Nicholas Schaufler, Mish Halban, and Lito Lunitsa out of 10. The 6th row of the grid, Yinder Peschel. Jacopo Martinez, Ethan Lennon from Cape Town is alongside Delu from China. Fardin, Gael Baj, Lek Timaki, Leon Brunner, David Cosmo Christopher. And in the Formula K, it's Bennett Gaspar. Augustus Toniolo, can we say it for the first time this year? The boy from Brazil out of 21. Noah Wolf, and it's Vivek Kantan, Jack Iliff, the Americans together. Reckenmacher, Arata Endo, Ian Kralik, Alexander Chartier, the Canadian, head of Ludovico Busso and Vasilios Apostolidis. Julius Acepa, Marcus Silkunas, Rasmus and Clara Kovalchik, Louis Cochet, and the Hungarian Tomas Genda on the final row of the grid. Lewis looks behind. The Forza Racing, powered by the TM 328, on pole position. A glorious winter's afternoon here at South Garda Karting in the north of Italy. Ready to race the WSK Champions Cup, the OK Junior final. Watch Filippo Sala in the Sodi kart on the 2nd row of the grid as he pushes Lewis up to the line. And for the first time in 2023, we race. Lewis leads down into turn 1. Sala from the 2nd row of the grid. Fabulous start, the Italian in the Sodi kart into 2nd place. Sala now racing in the French team for 2023. has made a great start as he goes by Dries van Langendonk as they race down the hill for the first time. An incident between Noah Wolf and the American Vivek Kantan in the background. That's why you saw a glimpse of a yellow flag as they go down through the chicane for the first time. Lewis has got the lead, but he's struggling on a cold circuit for the moment. Sala will pounce. Finished on the podium in the WSK Final Cup at this circuit at the end of 2022, but that was in 60 Mini. He runs second in OKJ, but it's Lewis Werrell who leads the way. Dries van Langendonk with Bondarev right behind. Now racing with Kart Republic. Lewis has to go defensive. Sala says no problem, and the Italian tries the outside, but he leaves the door open for the energy kart of Dries van Langendonk, who himself has to defend from not one but two Ukrainians. Lev Krutogolov for Bosch Racing goes through and takes his countryman. It is getting hectic in the opening stages of this race. Tayem Sala, the German champion, now with Sauber Kart Republic. There he is in about 7th position. Dries in P3, Sala in 2nd. Lewis leads, trying to get momentum, trying to shake the Italian in the French kart. Ahead of the Belgian in position 3. They start lap 3. The gap is 0.0. Sala will pounce. The driver from the other side of Montebaldo, which towers over the lakeside resort town of Desenzano del Garda, here in the north of Italy. Now with the French team in the Sodikart Sigma, trying to get by the X3 powered by the TM of Lewis Werrell. Took pole position on Friday as he scorched around a freezing cold circuit, did Lewis. A time of 47.501 and dominated the heats. He won the pre-final. He started on pole position for the final, but is still struggling to get temperature into the Vega tyres. Sala is right there, senses his opportunity. Krutogolov now up into 3rd place as Sala points ahead. Lewis does not need to be told that. He knows which way to go. He's trying to break the toe of Sala behind in 2nd place in the Sodikart. Lev Krutogolov from Kiev in Ukraine. He's just about to be passed by the Austrian Niklas Schaufler. They go side by side, and that gives Sala breathing space. Lap 4 of this 17-lap junior final. The X3 leads the Sodikart. Lev Krutogolov in the Iami Power Tony kart. Down into the far hairpin for the 4th time. Well, Lewis can't shake him. Filippo Sala just out of the 60 Mini category. Can he make the move? He certainly thought about it then. There's Krutogolov. He's quick. In the Iami Power Tony kart from Bosch Racing, looks over his shoulder. He may no longer be the Pink Panther, but Niklas Schaufler is as fast as ever, the Austrian. That's him in position 4 for DPK Racing, the Iami Powered Kart Republic. Again, Lewis has to go defensive. Krutogolov down the inside. Sala holds him off. It's a fight between 4 of them. Up the inside, Sala's around the outside. He's on the marbles. Lev almost runs into the back of Filippo, who is desperate to try and get by the Englishman, who has dominated the weekend up until this point. Runs wide, closes the door. He needs them to fight, which is exactly what they're doing, but Sala's holding off the Ukrainian. There's the Austrian in position 4. Martinez, Bondarev, Tayem Sala, Dries van Langendonk, and David Cosmo Christopher. Luna just sets the fastest lap of the race. 49.174 that girl from Mallorca in the middle of the Mediterranean. The Mercedes AMG Junior, she's got fresh air ahead of her, and she's trying to make this a 10-kart fight for the lead. Incredibly, Lewis leaves the door open. Sala has to get by. Lewis Werrell, if he can get some momentum now that he's got temperature into the Vega tyres, he will disappear, but if they send it down the inside, he may well be in trouble. Lev trying to get by Filippo, defending from Niklas at the same time. Into the far hairpin. Lewis holds it, and that's the break he needs. Look at them fight behind. Krutogolov into 2nd place. And with that, the gap has gone from 0.0 to, let me wait and tell you, it's 0.6. 0.6 of a second now. The Ukrainians in 2nd and 3rd. The Englishman, Lewis, leads. Looks over his left shoulder. That's the confidence boost he needs. As Bondi goes down the inside and takes to make a move for the lead on Lewis Werrell. The two Ukrainians in second and third. There is the Austrian in P4. Jacopo Martinez, not long out of the mini category. That same sentence can be used for many of these drivers. Lewis Werrell, the gap 0.6 of a second. Krutogolov runs wide, and he knew it. He kept the kart in the middle of the circuit to defend from the Kart Republic of Nicholas Schaufler. What a race here this afternoon. The gap 0.6 of a second. As Vasilios Apostolidis, he's down in 21st place. He's the Greek driver, but critically, he's also driving for Forza Racing. An identical setup to Lewis Werrell. Vasilios Apostolidis is behind Letamaki, the Canadian Alexander Chartier, head of Ludovico Busso. But the Forza Racing TM-powered Expreza coming on strong. He withstood the pressure, did Lewis. Bondi, welcome back to Alexander. Trying to go with. There's Schaufler in position 3 ahead of Jacopo Martinez. Luna's making moves. She's up in a position 5. This super talent, the British Spaniard, or the Spanish Brit, depending on which day of the week it is, for Little Lunita. Younger brother of both Lorenzo and Lucas. And of course, younger sister, I should say, younger sister of Little Bell as well. She's up in a position 5, the Mercedes AMG Junior. Her older brothers and sister, and no doubt her parents, watching on. Well, she's in position 5, trying to get up onto the podium in the Argenti Motorsport Kart Republic. There is Luna behind Martinez and Schaufler. We'll check the gap for you next time round. As again, Apostolidis sets another fastest lap. They come across the line, it is 0.8 of a second. So Lewis extends his lead by 0.8 of a second over Bondarev, and now Nicholas Schaufler. Martinez glued to the back of the Austrian, tries the outside line. 0.8 of a second between Lewis and Alexander. Nicholas under pressure now, trying to hold on to a podium position. Luna's coming on strong. Ahead of Stepan Antonov, David Cosmo, Christopher, Tayem Sala, Dries still in P9, and Filippo Sala in position 10. Martinez dives down the inside, goes in deep, and Schaufler gets him back on the exit. Ethan Lennon from Cape Town at the bottom of Africa, also for the Forza Racing teams going quickly. He's caught up to the back of Filippo Sala, who was earlier on in this race fighting for the lead. The gap 0.9 of a second. Lewis leads. Bondarev desperate to catch him. Alexander Bondarev, welcome back to Bondi after that huge accident in Spain in 2022. He's back on track. He's as quick as ever as he goes down through the chicane, trying to defend simultaneously from Schaufler. That gap, which is 0.8 of a second between himself and the Austrian, but he goes wide. Bondarev makes a mistake. Surely that's game over. Any chance of attacking Lewis Werrell has seemingly disappeared. Runs off the circuit almost again as he's got marbles on the tyres. The gap is 1.9 seconds. Lewis Werrell is dominating here this afternoon. Watch Schaufler, the Pink Panther down the inside. He himself has got the 3 Kart Republics going 3 wide, 4 wide, because Luna's in there as well. Antonov, Martinez, David Cosmo, Christopher, Tayem Sala. Oh wow, it is kicking off here this afternoon. Tayem goes by Luna. Lewis from Lincolnshire leads. He's destroying the field out here this afternoon as the Kart Republic straight positions down through the chicane. Martinez on the outside, Martinez in the grass. There's Tayem. Up the inside, it becomes the outside. Martinez holds him off. Tayem Sala trying to pass there side by side as they go down the straight. Luna gets the run, not quite. She tucks in behind the German. Martinez still just holds on to the final step of the podium. Lewis has gone. The gap is 2.4 seconds between himself and the Austrian Nicholas Schaufler. Martinez, Luna runs into the back of the Italian and takes the place. Fantastic racing in the WSK Champions Cup. Out front, Lewis Werrell has got 2.4 seconds over Schaufler. Martinez, Sala's back into it now as well. That's Filippo in the Saudi kart on debut for the French team. We'll check the gap for you as they come across the line with 4 laps, exactly 5 kilometres to remain in the WSK Champions Cup. OK Junior final right now. It's 2.3 seconds between Lewis and Nicholas. Forza Racing won this race at Adria Karting Raceway with the Dubliner, the Irishman, Alex Dunn. And it looks as though Jamie Croxford's team, loyal to the GFR tune, TM engines on the Express chassis, are going to win here this afternoon, surely. As Lewis disappears down the hill, the rest of the field come up to the top of it. He won't be denied victory here this afternoon. He deserves it. He dominated qualifying. He dominated the heats. The pre-final under immense pressure, but he is walking away with the Champions Cup final here this afternoon. Schaufler in second. There's Luna in P4, trying to go by Tayam. Sala in the background. Filippo with one almighty send into the final corner. He made it stick as he goes past Martinez, Antonov Bondarev back into 8. And the South African Ethan Leonard P9 from grid 21 on Menino do Brasil, Augusto Saniolo. What a drive, the boy from Brazil in position 10. Tayam under pressure from Luna as they race down the hill. 2.5 laps remaining for Lewis Werrell. He will win the WSK Champions Cup. He surely won't be denied. Forza Racing, they won it with Alex Dunn in 2019. They will win it again here this afternoon. Luna in 4th place, a step off the podium. So the Kart Republic's in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Sala, that's Filippo. In the Saudi kart, he's put himself back into position 5. 2.2 seconds as Schaufler takes a 10th out of the lead from Lewis, but he's controlling the pace. Schaufler goes through for the Spanish DPK Racing team. Luna trying to get up onto the podium. She's a super talent, former European X30 Mini champion from Mallorca. She's in P4, trying to go by the former German champion. An opportunity into the chicane. Needs to be careful because the 2 Italians, Filippo Sala and Jacopo Martinez, are not far behind. Bondarev with a purple sector, but the top Ukrainian is down in position 8. This is the last lap of the race. Lewis leads as Filippo Sala sits the fastest lap of the race of 48.658. Werrell 2.3 seconds ahead of Schaufler. Tayam goes defensive on Luna. The fight for the bottom step of the podium. This is not over yet. Lewis Werrell will win the WSK Champions Cup, and he will be a deserving victor and take the title back to Forza Racing. Down through the chicane for the final time. The fight for the bottom step of the podium. Schaufler in 2nd place. This is the race leader, soon to be the race winner. Lewis from Lincolnshire in the King's England has dominated the WSK Champions Cup. Schaufler across the line in position 2. Tayam Sala on the podium is the German in 3rd place. What a race and what a deserving victor. Lewis Werrell wins the WSK Champions Cup. Luna Fluxa has finished P4, Filippo Sala P5. Stepan Antonov, the Russian, just leads home. Bondarev, the 6th place. Martinez, the Italian, 7th. Dries van Langerdonk in P9. And unseen by us, Simon Reckenmacher with one almighty drive from near on the back of the grid has finished in position 10. Fabulous performance from Simon. We'll see him back in action for the Supermaster Series next week. Let's hope he can qualify somewhere near the front, because he will be a contender for the first round of the Supermaster Series in 7 days' time. But this afternoon, the day belongs to the Englishman, Lewis Werrell, who wins it from the Austrian, and Tayam Sala home in 3rd place. Stay with us on WSK.IT, the podium presentation in just a moment. fabulous race here for the OK Junior Final and a very, very worthy champion. The OK Junior Final for the WSK Champions Cup. In third place, first time out for the Sauber Kart Republic team, the German Tayam Seiler. He may no longer be the Pink Panther, but he's still as fast as ever. First time out for DPK Racing. On the podium, the Austrian in P2, Niklas Schaeffler. He has dominated since the outset of qualifying. In the final, once he got clear, they didn't see which way he went. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the top step of the podium, the WSK Champions Cup champion from the Kings England, Lewis Wirral. The third place trophy to Tayam Seiler of Germany. Second place, the Austrian, Niklas Schaeffler. The new WSK Champions Cup champion from England for Forza Racing, Lewis Wirral. The national anthem of Great Britain. The podium for the OK Junior Final from Deutschland. In third place, Tayam Seiler. Second, the Austrian Niklas Schaeffler. And Lewis Wirral is the WSK Champions Cup champion. Stay with us on WSK.IT. The OK Final live from Lonato in just a moment. Back here at Lonato for our final of the afternoon, the OK final. It will be absolutely dynamite on a freezing cold track, but a beautiful winter's afternoon here in the north of Italy. 320 drivers from 51 nations around the world for this, the first event of 2023, the WSK Champions Cup. Dimitri Matveev will start on pole position alongside David Walter. Surely the Dane is not far away from taking a big victory here this afternoon, but there's 35 other drivers who have other ideas. Before we race the 21-lap final here at Lonato, let's take a look at some of the highlights live from South Garda Karting. In qualifying on Friday, Dimitri Matveev set a time of 46.541 seconds. David Walter in the second group of qualifying set a time of 46.542 seconds. 1/1000th of a second separated the Siberian from the Dane. And at the end of 2 days of torturous heat racing, they still find themselves glued together on the front row of the grid. Well, not literally. Dimitri Matveev will start on pole position in the 240 Kart Republic alongside David Walter. For the Koski Motorsport team, they had 3 karts inside the top 4 in the pre-final this morning. Martin Molnar and Thomas Dolchemanis, the energy karts on the second row of the grid, including last year's WSK Open Cup champion Dolchemanis from Latvia. The TM-powered Energy Kinetic chassis are so quick, particularly down through the infield. Martin Molnar, he won the Winter Cup here to kick things off 7 days ago. And Stolchemanis 201 starts alongside his Hungarian teammate for this, the 21-lap final here this afternoon. Great to have your company. Don't forget, we are back here next week for the first round of the WSK Supermaster Series, the championship which dates back to 2010 and includes such champion names as the likes of Marco Ardigo, Lando Norris, Paolo De Conto, Nick De Vries, Antonio Giovinazzi, to name just a few. Matveev to the right of your screen, Walter to the left. 320 drivers from 51 nations here for the first event of 2023, including for the first time drivers from the Dutch Caribbean island of Curacao, and for the first time ever a Vietnamese driver from Ho Chi Minh City, that's Alex Sauer, racing with us in WSK competition. The Siberian, well, it is freezing cold here in the north of Italy. It's 8 degrees at the moment, which is about 9 degrees more than it was this morning. But he's used to it, obviously, coming from that part of the world. He's on the right of your screen. David Walter on the left. As the karts are pushed into life, we'll take a look at the grid for you. Matveev in the Kart Republic on pole position. David Walter out of 2. The energies on the second row of the grid, Martin Molnar, Thomas Dolchemanis, and the Austrian Keanu Bloom out of grid 5. He's alongside Newman Chi and Yafrey, both for the Beyond Racing team. Marcus Sata, the young Norwegian for World Racing out of 8. Gustav Wisniewski for Forza Racing, and Teresa Babichkova from the W Series. She's been in dynamic form this weekend. She starts out of grid 10. Emanuele Olivieri, Guillaume Puzza on the 6th row of the grid. Joel Bergstrom, Alexander Pagunovic, Olivieri, Kamenet, Dino Struescu, Miroslav Mikes, the MS kart, William Go, and Vasilios Mikolidis for Forza Racing. Jens Truer, Maximilian Kahan, Maximilian Popov, and Miguel Costa Emma Felbermeyer, Sergio Koch for Innovate Competition, Finn Vabelhaus, Shen, Ronnie Stefani, and Leon Headforce now racing in seniors for the Formula K team. Andre Dupé, Filippo Fiorentino, Roland Cool-Klein for Ward Racing, Shota Fuji for Ward Racing, for Drago Course. Here's the Japanese driver, Philip Saltzman, and the American, Ryan Vincent, 204 for the Californian on the final row of the grid. It's a freezing cold afternoon here this afternoon at Lonato, but forgive the cliche, the action is about to get white hot. Welcome to the centre of the karting universe. Welcome to the WSK Champions Cup. We go round one more time. An extra opportunity to get temperature into the LeConte tyres. The winner could come from anywhere in the front half of this grid. Possibly not from the Beyond Racing car. That looked like Enya Frey running off the road. Possibly Newman Chi. And we've lost one of the Falcon karts in the background. It's Jens Truer, the Dutchman, who's gone around attempting to restart on this, the second formation lap. And he's done it. He will join up to the back of the pack. There is the Dutchman. Sensation before the start. Matviv on pole position. The Great Dane, Walter, out of 2. Welcome to the centre of the karting universe. Welcome to the WSK Champions Cup. And for the first time in 2023, we race. Matviv down into turn 1 has got a tremendous lead as Walter has to defend from the 2 karts from Team Energy. Stolchamanis, Malnar in P3 and 4 trying to take the Koski Motorsport Tony kart of the Great Dane. Matviv already with a 30-metre lead from the Energy karters. Walter, he is sandwiched in between the 2 karts from Bergamo, and now he's behind the both of them. Stolchamanis goes by. Walter from the outside of the front row of the grid is in trouble now, and he's got the first of the Beyond Racing cars breathing down his neck. Great start by Teresa Babichkova. She's up into position 6 as they come across the line for the first time. The yellow flag is out. We've lost Finn Fabelhaus and Chilja Fuji. Matviv from Stolchamanis and Molnar. Newman Chi up into P5. And there is Teresa Babichkova for the Teps Racing team. Direct from the W Series, Teresa is the T in Teps Racing. The oldest of the 4 Babichkova siblings. And she has been in superb form all week. Fighting there with Miroslav Mikes. What a start from her countryman in the MS kart. Miroslav Mikes has come from grid 18 to be in P7 on the opening lap of the race. Matviv does a purple sector. Matviv disappears down the road as Miroslav dives down the inside. There's Keanu Bloom in the background. Not the best start for the Austrian, who'll come across the line to complete lap 2. In 7th place, ahead of Olivieri and Teresa Babichkova. Not a good start for Marcus Sata. He's ahead of Butzar and Enya Frey. Here's Giulio Olivieri making an ambitious move, but he's made it stick and takes Keanu Bloom. So Matviv settles into a rhythm. He's got 1 second over Thomas Stolchamanis. There's the Energy karts in 2nd and 3rd. What about Mikes? He's up into P5 from grid 18. The MS kart has got tremendous grip on a cold circuit. There he is, the driver from the Czech Republic, the kart from the Czech Republic, trying to close in on the back of the driver who started on the front row of the grid. David Walter for Koski Motorsport. Matviv 1 second ahead of Thomas Stolchamanis. Molnar, Walter, and Miroslav Mikes with the fastest lap of the race. What a performance from the Czech. The MS kart, which has been so successful in Eastern Europe, also in superkart racing over the past couple of decades. He's up into P5. He's done a 47.954. He's 0.3 of a second faster than the race leader. Shota Fuji and Finn Fabelhaus. You got a glimpse of the Japanese and German drivers' carts at the side of the circuit. They're both out. There are the energy carts. Thomas Stoltemanis in position 2. Martin Molnar, his teammate, right behind in 2:02. The gap, 1.2 seconds. Again, Mikes with a 47.5. Goes faster than anybody, with the exception of Maximilian Popov, who has come from Grid 23. We'll get a glimpse of the third Koski Motorsport Tony Kart. Maximilian now up into P12 behind Enya Frey and Marcus Sata. Teresa Bichkova still inside the top 10. She's in P9. She was running in P6 off the start. As she comes down the hill trying to take the place back from Giulio Olivieri and Keanu Bloom. Stoltemanis in P2, 1.2 seconds off the race leader, Dmitry Matveev. It'll be more than that because he's just been passed by his teammate. Martin Molnar, it's 1.3 seconds. David Walter now says, okay, time to get serious, and puts down a 47.18. Fastest driver on the circuit is in position 4, and he's got the Czech behind him who's catching. All three of them, Dmitry Matveev. 1.3 seconds down the road on lap 6 of the WSK Champions Cup final. Matveev's out! Oh, no. He's locked up, he's out. Unbelievably and incredibly rarely, you saw the rear axle just lock up, he's out. This is now the fight for the lead. What a disappointment. Walter down the inside and splits the two energy carts. Walter now up into P2. Mike's one step off the podium in the MS karts. Dmitry Matveev has done everything right, and it's just locked up. A rare failure. I want to be optimistic and say, well, not so critical, let's put it that way, that maybe you got debris. That's unlikely. It has locked up under load at 16,000 RPM, and Dmitry Matveev is out. So this is now the fight for the lead. Martin Molnar is the race leader. The energy karts in first and third. Just Miroslav in P4, trying to get up onto the podium. There's Keanu Bloom in P5. What a sensation. No one thought that here this afternoon. As Miroslav closes in on the back of Thomas Stoltemanis. Can he make a move into the hairpin? Not for the moment. Stoltemanis, who won the WSK Open Cup right here at the tail end of the 2022 season, runs in P3. His teammate Martin Molnar won right here a week ago in the season opening Winter Cup. The precursor to this, the WSK Champions Cup. And he leads it here this afternoon. Energy won the junior category as well in 2022 with Andreas Cardenas. The race itself was won by Denny Catanini in an Miami-powered Kart Republic exactly 1 year ago. The race leading Kart Republic has retired. Matveev is out. So Molnar now leads from Walter. Stoltemanis, Miroslav is ahead of Keanu. Giulio Olivieri, the top Italian, in P6. Maximilian Popov. Wow. He's up into P7. He started so far back on the grid. 23rd, in fact, on the grid, the 12th row. We'll actually get a glimpse of him in just a moment. There's his teammate in second place. David Walter, can he finally take victory? After being so quick, he stood on the podium multiple times. Would love to stand on the top step this afternoon. There's Keanu Bloom. That was Popov in the background, fighting with the Italian Giulio Olivieri. Popov with another purple sector, the fastest lap of the race. Tino Struescu, the Romanian, ahead of Enya Frey, 13th place. He's done a 46.861. Miroslav sideways down through the chicane. It's not the cleanest line, but he's on the absolute ragged edge, and he's a step off the podium. David Walter is one step away from taking a victory here. Almost half race distance. In fact, halfway through this lap it will be the WSK Champions Cup to kick off the 18th season of WSK promotion right here at the centre of the karting universe, South Garda Karting Lonato. Walter riches up the mixture on the one engine's vortex. Bolted on to the Tony Kart Racer 401 RR chassis, chasing down the Energy Kinetic chassis powered by the TM, which leads. The Energy also in third. Can they make it an Energy Kart 1-2? Or will it be a Tony Kart victory for Jan Koski's team? Miroslav, the Czech, still in position 4. Head of the Austrian Keanu Bloom for the Spanish DPK Racing team. Walter's getting close. The gap, as you can see, just about 2 kart lengths, sideways down through turn 2. Just drifts it, but tries to keep it as straight as possible, not to burn up the LeConte tyres on what is still a freezing cold circuit. There's Bloom in the background. That was Popov, who's come from a mile back to be in position 6 from the 12th row of the grid. The kid from Sochi is absolutely flying. Down into the far hairpin to complete lap 12. Too far back to make a move. .2 of a second is the difference. Stoltemanis will check his times. A 47.1 last time versus Molnar with a 46.9. So his teammates got about a 1/10 of a second on him. The WSK Open Cup champion from 2022 from Latvia. But it is the Hungarian who leads from the Dane. For the Finnish team here in the north of Italy, Koski Motorsport in second place. Down the hill on lap 13 of 21. The WSK Champions Cup, the shadows are getting longer. The sun will soon set here in the north of Italy on the final weekend of January 2023. Down the inside goes David Walter. He's done it. He's gone through to take the lead. Now is there a response from the Hungarian? Martin Molnar, the Energy Karts, in second and third place. He has to fight back straight away. Otherwise, Walter may disappear into the distance. Stoltemanis saw that happen, trying to drag himself into the fight for the lead and the championship win here this afternoon. He's pulling away. The gap is 2 kart lengths. We'll check it across the line. Last time it was 0.065 because Molnar was virtually pushing Walter. But you can see he's pulling away. The Tony Kart looks good. The Energy Course team in second and third place. We'll check the gap. It's not looking good for Molnar. It's 0.4 of a second in a single lap. Look how straight that Walter is keeping that Tony Kart steering wheel. Just letting it drift down through turns 1 and 2. Has a slight look over to his mechanic. To his left, to your right here at Lonato, there is Miroslav. Regardless if he does make the podium or not, it has been a brilliant performance by the young Czech driver. P4 ahead of Keanu Bloom. Popov, Sata, still in P7 ahead of Newman Chi. Guillaume Butza and Emanuele Olivieri in position 10. Six laps now remaining. The gap 0.4 seconds last time, out to 0.6. Molnar on the absolute ragged edge down through that spectacular turn 1-2 complex here at Lonato, which has not changed since the South Garda karting circuit was built by the Corberry family back in 1988. Stoltemanis, P3, the Latvian. There is Miroslav in the background. As the field spread out, it's looking ominous. David Walter from Denmark for Koski Motorsport team. One engine's tuned Vortex on the Racer 401 RR Tony Kart chassis. The gap stays at 0.5. There's still hope for Molnar and Stoltemanis and the team from Bergamo Energy Course to win another WSK title. They won the junior race with Andres Cardenas a year ago. They won the WSK Open Cup with Stoltemanis, who at the moment is on third. Look at him try and lurch forward and get every last tenth out of that kart. Driving the wheels off the 201 Energy. Miroslav Mikes has been caught by Keanu Bloom. The Austrian will surely make a move for P4. Then it was Popov. Sata still in 7th. He's the Norwegian. Head of Emanuele Olivieri. And Guillaume Butzar also for Koski Motorsport. Head of Newman Shi, the driver from the People's Republic of China, who rounds out the 10. 4 laps, exactly 5 kilometres to race here this afternoon at South Garda Karting. The breeze picking up, the sun is shining. It is setting though, and the temperature starting to drop. On this, the last weekend of January, to kick off the 2023 season. Stoltemanis trying as hard as he possibly can. The karts look good early on. David Walter, will the Tony karts come on strong later on in the race on a freezing cold afternoon? Coming up to the quarter-hour mark of this race to start lap 19 of 21. Is there hope? The gap, 0.6 of a second. Let's check it this time. 0.7. I'll say it, there is no hope. Walter on his way to victory. Spare a thought for Dmitry Matviev, the Kart Republic driver who was walking away in the early stages before he locked up at the part of the circuit they're approaching now. Comes down the hill. Walter from the 2 karts from Team Energy in 2nd and 3rd. Mike still holding off Bloom for 4th place at the moment. 2 laps remaining at the end of this one. Fastest driver on the circuit is Dino Struescu, the Romanian, down in 14th behind Wisniewski and Tereza Babichkova. 2 laps now remaining. A purple sector from Molnar. Well, there's still hope. Takes a 10th out of the race leader. But David Walter almost certainly is just controlling the pace out front. 2.5 laps remaining. The OK final, the Wsk Champions Cup here at Lonato. This is the 18th season of WSK promotion. Next week we're back for the first round of the WSK Supermasters Series. 14 events on the calendar. You can check it out at wsk.it. And don't forget the 10th anniversary edition of the world's most competitive junior motor racing series, the Italian F4 Championship, which gets underway in April. And not forgetting that of the 20 drivers on the current Formula One World Championship grid, 15 have come from the world of WSK, including the new entries, Oscar Piastri with McLaren, who raced with Ricky Flynn Motorsport, as did Logan Sargent. And Nick de Vries, a former WSK Supermasters Series champion, was the Dutchman. This is the last lap of the race though, and the Dane, David Walter, surely will take victory here this afternoon. He's got 3 corners to go. For the Finnish team, the driver from Denmark here in the north of Italy. He's been waiting a long time for this one. Turns into the final corner. The checkered flag is about to wave. The Great Dane, David Walter, has won the WSK Champions Cup here at South Garda Karting. Molnar 2nd, Stoltemanis 3rd. The Energy Course karts 2nd and 3rd, but it's the Tony kart that takes the win. Keanu Bloom, the Austrian, just gets by Mikes in the dying stages. The DPK racing driver in the Kart Republic comes home P4. Miroslav Mikes, what a performance. From grid 18 in the MS kart, he has been superb all week and finishes in position 5. David Walter takes the victory for Koski Motorsport, and nobody here can say that he didn't deserve it. Molnar and Stoltemanis, the Hungarian and the Latvian, both for the Energy Course racing team on the podium in 2nd and 3rd place. Bloom, Mikes, Popov from the back of the grid, a storming drive. Head of Sata, Olivieri, Guillaume Butzar and Newman Chi in position 10. Wisniewski, Tereza Babichkova, Joel Bergstrom, head of Dino Struescu, who set the fastest lap of the race. Frey, Go, Begunovic, Giulio Olivieri, Emma Felbermeyer. Jarko Kamenek was in position 20. Kahan, Miguel Costa, we'll see him back next week. Truer, who spun or was turned around on the formation lap. Ronnie Stefani, first time out with the CRG team. Shen, Salzman, Fiorentino, Dubé, Sergio Koch, and Ryan Vincent, the American, the final finisher. Stay with us on wsk.it, the podium presentation for OK in just a moment. Final podium of this afternoon, and we've got the three different nationalities: the Dane, the Hungarian, and the Latvian. 1, 2, and 3. Two drivers from Team Energy, but finally the Koski Motorsport driver has taken victory here this afternoon. The OK final here for the WSK Champions Cup. In third place, the Latvian Tomas Stolčmanis. Second place, also for Team Energy from Hungary, Martin Molnar. The winner of the WSK Champions Cup for 2023 for Team Koski Motorsport, the Great Dane, David Walter. Third place to Thomas Stoltemanis of Latvia. Second place to the Hungarian Martin Molnar. The WSK Champions Cup champion for 2023 from Denmark, David Walter. The national anthem of Denmark. The OK podium for the WSK Champions Cup. Third place, Thomas Stoltemanis. Second, Martin Molnar. And David Walter takes victory here at Lonato. We'll get a quick word firstly with Thomas. Mate, you did superbly well last year to win the Open Cup. You're in superb form all week. Just couldn't quite match David here this afternoon.
Yes, I'm very happy with the podium, but not enough to win, but still very happy. Thanks to all the team, everyone. Thank you.
Congratulations, we'll see you back here next week. Martin Molnar, it wasn't so long ago you were racing in 60 Mini and now you're standing up here on the podium after leading in the final here this afternoon. A brilliant performance regardless all week.
Yeah, it's really good to step here in the podium. It was not enough to win the final, but it was a really good race. And yeah, we are looking forward for the next race.
Congratulations, we'll see you for the Supermaster Series. We'll step up here for a quick word with the Great Dane. Congratulations, David. Firstly, I'm looking for Jan in the background. Congratulations to him as well. You have finally won and a very deserving victory you've taken here this afternoon. Congratulations.
Yeah, very difficult start from the outside. Pretty difficult, but we managed to be on the podium in the end. Yes, I'm very happy. All thanks to the Koski Motorsport and every one of us around. Yes, thank you, everyone.
Congratulations, David. We'll see you back here next week. We'll see everyone back here next week as well for the first round of the WSK Supermaster Series. Hopefully a couple of degrees warmer than it is here this afternoon. On behalf of everyone at WSK Promotion and everyone here at South Garda Karting Lonato, thanks for watching the WSK Champions Cup. We'll see you in a week for the first round of the 2023 WSK Supermaster Series live from right here at Lonato. See you next week.